Okay, we is streaming. Let's take a look and see if we're connecting to the studio. Okay, we're going to live stream. And it says that we're connecting, so that means we might as well start the call. Okay, what's new? Multiple reactions. Express yourself. Okay, this is all just crap from the Microsoft Teams. New ways to emote. I have new ways to emote on Microsoft Teams. Oh my god. It's always a miracle that I make it here at all. Wow, we're still in the first minute. Well, okay, we just passed into the second minute of the first hour. I hope somebody responds. I just talked to Aristides. He was alive a few minutes ago. Okay. There we are. Thank the gods of my ancestors. How are you?
I am all right.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah.
Bless you.
How are you?
I can never believe that I make it here. Honestly, even on days when I'm at home for the entire day and I have to sleep enough during the daytime to try and have enough energy to make it through the night, then I wake up just in time to run around and dash and try and get things done before production. And it's always a rush. It's always, so I got things done in general. The only thing I have left to do is when you do deliver the blurb, I'll just empty my tea strainer. It's steeping in the tea pot, so to speak. It's a tea crock. And while I empty that and prepare that for drinking throughout the opening hours, I'll, be on mute. But I'm right next to the machine, right next to the PC, and so it should only take a few minutes. I'll literally be, on the other side of the bed, so to speak, on which I produce while you do your blurb. Are you ready to deliver that blurb?
In just a moment. I'm
Take your time. There's no rush.
Towards the computer.
Yeah.
Right now.
No rush whatsoever. Just glad that you're here. Believe me. Oh. Yes, Aristides is one of the few things I can count on. And, as a matter of fact, let's make certain that you're even registering on the OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, say something.
Am I registering?
You're registered.
On the OBS.
Okay,
all
good.
Right.
So let's take a look at what else we can take a look at. First thing I do is I shrink down one screen, shrink down another. T-Tank Berry, thank the gods. He says, good evening, loud and clear, brother, 100. So thanks so much, T-Tank Berry. So let me give him, all right, my usual response. Love you, T-Tank. And, okay, and, hugs, of course, hugs. And get the emojis going on for the night. I had somebody in the chat a few episodes ago say, obviously, you don't pay much attention to your chat. It's like, seriously? Really? Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm talking and I'm supposed to be staring at the chat while I talk.
Yeah.
and interact with people, of course. I mean, that's I'm just here for that, to interact with people in the chat. Believe me, I try, but it's not the paramount purpose of the program that I sit here and interface with the listeners. So that was interesting. It's amazing the kind of perspective that people have on life. Okay, so I want to credit all of those who made their contributions, and we had a number of contributions at beyond the last minute, and that's fine. That's fine. Anytime a contribution comes in is great, but definitely we will give all best credit to Aristides as the master of them all, and of course, yes, I owe him everything. So I pay him back once a month, but let's not make that a habit, people. I want people to contribute more, so I rely less on the loans of Aristides. I mean, it's okay to say that,
right? Yes, please actually contribute to Douglas. So, We don't have to
Go
cover
through this.
him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But we'll go a bit more into the nuance of why this is so important with our listeners, and some of you have responded to that call, and that is profoundly appreciated, of course, and we encourage more of you to emulate that behavior. So I'll give two other examples of contribution after Aristides is done with his blurb. So yeah, whenever you're ready, Aristides.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll
All
go
right.
on mute and I'll be right back. But I'm right
Okay.
here. Okay, okay.
All right. Go ahead and do that now. Well, I've just arrived here and sat down, and I saw the pop-up for the program, and we'll get to that. First thing you want to do is hit the thumbs up vote right down there at the bottom. The universal upvote like symbol. Want to do that not only to show your support for Douglas, but also to as it does affect the algorithm, so to speak, and so do downvotes, which are in fact placed. YouTube hides them these days, I think, for everybody. But they are placed, possibly in numbers with some automated bots or whatnot. Likely only a few people, but in the meantime, that does kind of skew him down in the algorithm, makes it harder for him to appear in searches or suggested content on the sidebar and whatnot. So please hit that thumbs up. And the next thing, you want to make sure you are subscribed. For me, for whatever reason, it used to show right here under the program window, but it is not. But if you go to his main channel page, his front page, it is there. I do see it there. Please check you're subscribed. Well, if you haven't yet, please do that. And if you have before, please check that you still are. It may have become undone accidentally or otherwise. So please do that. And then there's the little notification bell symbol. Please hit that. What that does is it enables a pop-up that is very handy, and it just appears at the start of every program. It's even how I get there. I don't bother to look up the bookmark for his channel or whatnot. It just pops up and just click on it and you're there. That is very handy. So please make sure that is enabled also. And to do these things, you do need an account with YouTube, which is under Google. So you basically need a Google or Gmail, but nearly everybody has one. So it's easy to make one, and then you will be able to access these things and do more than listen, and show your support there. And once you do, you'll have your little icon up in the corner. You can create a little personalized picture icon there, and then you have a little menu. Under there, you might see switch account, and under there,
Excellent.
What you can do is create channels. Actually, your main account is not a channel. But you can create channels under your main account without any extra passwords or login information. And those are all capable of individually upvoting. So what that means is you can go in a little, once you do that, you go in the little menu, switch, and you can do additional upvotes, which I'm doing now. Just remember to switch back to your main, whatever your main is, whatever you want to chat or browse around as. So you can do that. Also in there, while in that little menu, make sure the restricted mode is off. That means basically, if it's on, means basically you're a child and you can't view age-restricted content. And we know nobody listening is a child. We think. But if you are still, please contribute.
Okay, are we on? Give me a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because
yes,
I'm just checking the YouTube, seeing if we're connected. Because
I have not. You want me to?
Yeah, I think we are. Give me just a second here to view my channel. And okay,
yeah.
we are.
Yeah, look, I think it's good.
Yeah, because for what happened was I I pressed the button to review the channel, and it was like we were out of internet, like we were off the internet there, which wouldn't surprise me with all the attacks we've been undergoing. So thank
Right.
goodness that didn't happen. Continue. Yeah.
Looks good to me so far.
Yeah. And,
So okay, I'm going to continue. Yeah,
yes.
make sure your restricted mode is off. Tell your friends. We don't want them to get limited from seeing or hearing any of the content. So check that. Also, as far as upvotes, after the program is live, it becomes like a regular, video replay of the live. And Douglas will put a pinned comment afterwards. The comments only appear afterwards. It's different than the live chat, which may be replayed also during the replay, depending on how it's displayed. But underneath, look for the comments and upvote his pinned comment for similar reasons so it doesn't get disappeared. Upvote any other positive comments there, and feel free to leave your own and leave Douglas some feedback of what you think of his interesting topics, or his humor, or anything else you might think of, as long as it's positive and within reason. And you can share the YouTube link also right out of the browser bar. That is the same both during the live and the replay. That is another way to share the content real easy. During the replay, you can even, on the computer, right-click. I'm still not sure on the phone. I have to try that. You can generate, at least on the computer, a link with a timestamp built in at the current time when you right-click, and that means interesting topics being talked about. You can do that, and generates a link to that time, and you can direct a friend right to that time, like, oh my God, so-and-so would think this is really fascinating. I got to get them here, and that'll get them right to that at that point in the program. So all of that being said, most importantly, let's get the PayPal link into the chat, and you can please consider sending Douglas some donations. It's getting harder for him to support himself. This is his job legally, with his agreement with his working 250% working disabled program, whatever that means. Percent of what, I'm not sure. But this is his job, and it is acknowledged that this is how he collects his very limited amount of income, and he needs your support. So please find the PayPal link. If you cannot, that is no excuse. All you have to know remember is he's on PayPal and what his name is, and you can search first and last, or his handle there, which is right up on the front thumbnail poster. PayPal, it's Douglas D. Dietrich. You should find him there. You'll see his picture. A Asian-looking man with a snazzy getup. That is the Douglas Dietrich. There may be many Douglas Dietrichs in the world, but there's only one like him. So send that guy your money as much as you can afford this week or this month. Really needs it. If you came here for a reason. It's because you out of enjoyment or just sheer puzzlement or whatever brought you here, whatever keeps you coming here. It is worth a few dollars of your money. So all you have to do is search them out there if you can't find the link. And I don't think you need a PayPal account to donate. I think there's a way to kind of click to just send money with credit card. You don't have to be logged in or anything. So that is possible also. So please do that. We should always lead off with that, but by the time we talk about all these likes and YouTube and this and that, and most importantly, please do that. What else was
Don't
part
forget
of
the footnotes
blurb?
and asterisks in the text.
Oh yeah, yes. Yes. The show programs. Here the program description. Here, if you see an asterisk, as like a footnote, and that will direct you down towards footnote 1, 2, 3, so forth. What it what the title only has so many characters you can enter. So Douglas, in his very clever methods of shorthand, puts a lot in there, but you can't, fit it all. So it's usually some very relevant, goings on that the show is either dedicated to or acknowledging, and that will bring you down to the description there, which is, wow, look at all that he typed for you. Like you should read that. Even though you'll get used to the Dietrichonic. It's not as difficult as it looks. It's very phonetic, right, or something.
It's a lot of different things. It's basically a combination of working with too many ancient, literal medieval grimoires combined with military standard operational procedure formats, melded into a Frankensteinian pastiche.
Well, and if that isn't really true of everything here, in addition to your unique style of writing, so you won't find this content anywhere else. Please do contribute. What else? I think that's basically it. Oh well, if you are so inclined to actually download from YouTube, I think you need a premium YouTube to do it right from YouTube. But there are free programs out there that can download if you'd like to re-upload some of your favorite content to your own channel, different platform, other than YouTube, anywhere. Please do consider that if that is in your wheelhouse. Whatever you want to do, you could even convert them to MP3s or whatnot. Or there are ways to make the file size smaller if that is a concern. So please do that if you are able. What did I want to say along those lines? Oh, you can also, depending on your device, there may be a button down the bottom that says clip. What that can do is it clips out a little excerpt from the program. It's only a couple minutes long. It's the max length, but that can be just a little sound bite to send to someone also. So these are several ways to get the content out there that you find interesting. And one way to pay him, but PayPal's pretty easy. Although we should think of others.
We will. We'll have a conference.
We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to think of something here.
I mean, it's how can I say it? It's we're adapting as best as we can, considering multiple challenges that continually confront.
Yes.
But all such being said, Team Dietrich truly is a team, and so far the majority of us have adapted to each crises, and we've responded in such a manner that, I want you to know, Aristides, and I do want you to pay attention to the lovely Sheila Gavin, who thanks both yourself and T-Tank Berry with blessings for all that you do. Yeah.
Thank you, Sheila.
Yeah. And she and all these ladies often acknowledge you, so make sure to check into that.
Oh, okay. Do they?
Yeah. So you're a great guy. They know one thing. They know that you're a man who can be counted on, and I think that means a lot to ladies. There's very few men who can be counted on. That's that's everything. Okay, so that being said, our man Aristides has paid the price for being an adult. I'll tell you that. And would have killed me. Vicky Johnson has joined us. So love you dearly, Vicky Johnson. Let's give Vicky Johnson some response here. Gonna go back to live stream and say, here we are. Infinite kisses at Vicky Johnson. Here we go. Kisses at Vicky Johnson. There we are. And in terms of myself, we'll start by thanking everybody who's contributed lately and kind of put into context the adventures that I have just paying rent. And Brooks says, I can't see image you post, Tank. Not sure why. Yeah, it's
Where is she?
she's in South Carolina and probably has some
No,
shitty.
we're okay. No, she's in the teens text box.
Yeah. Okay. You see her? Okay. I was
Yeah.
gonna say she's in South Carolina and has shitty service.
Well, when is she gonna come on? Like, when is she gonna? We miss your yapping.
Yeah. What a way to describe it.
Yeah, you gotta get her fired up. You gotta get her angry enough to appear. It's like to summon her.
Yes, and
Oh wait, she's typing. She's typing furiously.
yeah. She's entering something. And she's in a far better space than she was.
We do hope so. We tease, but we do hope so.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look.
Wait.
Now we're going to take a look at you. You just hearted something. What did you heart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, your previous message. Never mind.
Okay, thank you.
What did she say? Focus on what Brooke said.
She says, also, Douglas, I'm in red, and why am I always ready to come on the night after you change your schedule? Laugh out loud. Could you just jump on the call and say that? It's hard to decipher that text. It's
in red. It's your little status button, but it means you're in a call. It's because
okay.
Even though I guess if you aren't on the call, you're been added to the call.
I thought she meant she wasn't dead.
No, I think it's the little. Is it the little? Is she talking about the little circle under your picture with the?
But that doesn't mean
maybe.
Anything bad, right? It's like you said.
No.
Yeah, it's or it was.
It's meant to show availability. So if you've been engaged on a call, then it may turn red, meaning that you're not free and available.
Well,
even if you didn't answer the call.
Well, honey, you're on. Isn't she on the call? She's on the call, right?
It should have called her.
Yeah, you can confirm that, right? You can just jump on, Brooke. Your being in the red should mean you can jump on. And if not,
she's invited.
Yeah, of course. Okay, good. As is George Knight.
Mm-hmm.
And at any rate, he's yeah. We'll see what happens. At any rate, we'll try and contact him later. Just make sure he's okay. Now, Brooke's typing again. Talk, Brooke. Jump on the call and talk. Oh, otherwise I'm just going to start in a monologue, and people can interrupt me, as time goes on. Obviously, within reason, it goes without saying. Not to imply anything about Brooke, there was some recent examples lately that, believe me, were bad. So that it's people may not know that or realize what I'm talking about. I would have to put the whole thing in context, and it was just a relative. It was we were dealing with just a lot of the collateral of shall we say unscheduled appearances there. It backed up things like an accordion. Okay, she says, I hope you are doing well from John. I am okay. What well is subject to mental health professionals. Okay, so that's okay, so she's comedic, and that's delightful. We love you, Brooke. And as I said, just jump on the call sometime and start talking, because I may not notice you. So I do want people to know that. Now, we're going to. She says, I want you to be doing better than well. That's right. I appreciate that, dear John. He's telling Brooke that he wants her to be better than well. And better than good. Yes. And that's another way of rephrasing it, and that's fine. Mr. 1213 says, Douglas, what do you think of the president changing the Department of the Defense to the Department of War? Thank you for your question, Mr. 1213. First thing we do is we go to the channel to see if this is an established channel, and it is. So I thank you for that. And real person, real question. Okay, let's get to this. We've explained this in some detail before, but I don't expect new listeners or occasional listeners to hear every episode, so some things have to be repeated. First off, Mr. Trump may want to change the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. He can establish a website which has that term, but it requires Congress to change the name legally. So as far as I can ascertain, Congress is so dysfunctional that they've literally shut the government down. So a subject like that coming up for vote is the last thing on their minds when they're talking about the lives of millions of people being affected by affordable health care and various other topics that people actually care about. But I will address your question in depth because it has to do with a state of mind. Basically, it's all in Trump's mind, and in Trump land, he and his misadministration can start this Department of War mentality because they say we are at war. However, the concept of war is not what people think. Everybody keeps falling back on this concept of World War II as an America involved in some international conflict or a series thereof, or even war with the world, which some people are deluded enough to think America could wage war against the world and survive, which, by the way, theoretically is a potential that has been gamed out and considered conceivable, but requires an extraordinary set of circumstances to converge in favor of America, really. You remember when Americans are gaming these things, they're infamous for deus ex machina, which means they game to the result that they wish to see. It's not really a simulation in a realistic sense. But all of that having been qualified, Trump's version of the Department of War is to wage war with other Americans. He believes he's at war with half the American population, so I will go into that. Matter of fact, this is going to be probably one of the ugliest episodes that I've ever had to host. So I might as well get straight into it. And it has to do a lot with Trump believes, of course, that the majority of the enemy is liberal, progressive. He often dwells a lot on the most peripheral minority, which would be alternative lifestyles populations. But he includes, because of his Klan background, having been raised in the Klan quite seriously, quite historically, he certainly believes the black people are a threat. And tonight, as I always say, a lot of ugly things about white people, and they deserve every bit of it. I'm going to say a lot of ugly things about black people tonight, because I'm going to be dealing with the Irina Zarudzka case, and it's going to force me to draw parallels between that and Charlie Kirk. Not in any way, shape, or form to redeem Charlie Kirk, far from it. But I might as well get into it. So the first thing we're going to do is salute one of our Blasian brothers, half black, half Asian, who lives in the belly of the beast, the heart of New York City. He's no longer on Manhattan Island, but I won't give away his new locale for the sake of his personal security. He's just contributed now $70 United States dollars. He feels that's team dues, and I appreciate that profoundly. Goddess bless you, Stephen Myers. And Claudia Romberg from Austria sent 100 United States dollars. She says, thank you all, and thank you, Brendan, for going there, meaning into my crypt to help me with my, installing Aristides' computer. So we would not be able to do what we're doing tonight without Aristides' computer. All of this is on the computer of Aristides. She also says, Guten Abend and Guten Morgen, good evening and good morning. And Goddess bless you, Claudia Romberg. love you dearly. 年+月+日. I cannot thank you enough. I love you. Aaron Tice sent 100 United States dollars, and that's deeply appreciated. This reached me after I had transferred the loan from Aristides into my bank. Still was able to get it transferred in time to actually make the rent. And believe it or not, it actually took that extra contribution to take me across the finish line, because even with Aristides lending 900 United States dollars, there were other expenses that I had to cover whenever I go to the chiropractor. I really feel that I owe it to myself to go to my favorite Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. I don't actually name it. Maybe one of these days I will, or it'll slip out, but I try to maintain my personal security in that regard. So that, of course, is an expense. And this, plus help from my gang brother Beaver, also enabled me to do that, plus make further supply runs for beer, Coke, water, the necessities of hydration, caffeine and sugar in the Coca-Cola, alcohol in the beer, and, of course, the water to detoxify or flush out my system from the other two liquids. So, all right. Well, that having all been qualified, gotta take a look at the call, see if anyone has joined us. And if no one has joined us, just going to dive right into it, and that will answer the question of Mr. 1213 or 1213 in the course of narrative. All right. Let's start with something international, very important to myself. My natal capital, my birth city, which is the capital of my true homeland and heartland, Taipei, Taiwan, is facing Trump under double pressure. While the Chinese Communist Party has given up Red China's WTO, or World Trade Organization status, believe it or not. But this is enormous, by the way. For those of you who do not understand, the World Trade Organization was for effectively forever by now. It feels like an eternity. It was the battering ram of communist China, and it is what they abused to put themselves on top of the game, because all of the Americans were just a bunch of dumb fucks who just kept saying if China gets better with its economy, gets in a position of greater prosperity, of course it will prosper to a progressive perspective, which of course was never going to happen. And the end result was, with Trump's trade war, the World Trade Organization has now become what the Communist Chinese, the Chi-Coms is the correct term, the acronym once used by the military I once worked with, the Department of Defense. And it's they basically given up on that. They will continue trade war by other means. They were waging a trade war against the world forever. And in all credit to Donald Trump, he confronted them. That's, I hate to say that, but credit where credit is due. But the United States, under Donald John Trump, is now putting pressure on my Taiwan. Now, months into United States President Donald Trump's second midterm, my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan faces double pressure, as the Communist Chinese dictator, President Xi Jinping, lobbies Trump to formally oppose Taiwanese independence. The White House is pushing my Taiwan to move a significant portion of our semiconductor industry to these United States, in return for protection against mainland China. Previously, there had been speculation among observers about so-called grand bargains that could be struck between Xi and Trump, but none has ever materialized. Trump's record of keeping up his end of, his end of the bargain, his end of any deal is bad. And it would take surprising naivete, I would say desperate madness, for Red China to make concessions in return for any promises from Donald Trump, or to expect any future American imperial administration to stick to his position. what is ironic here is the end result is exactly what I predicted in the opening hour of the episode, that we had to, put into privacy simply so people wouldn't go to that episode and, or opening, and miss the heart, or core, the meat of the latest episode before tonight. And in the opening hour, I had talked about Taiwan. And of course, Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek and his inspiration by the Taiwanese to create the fictive parallel to Taiwanese culture, the Vulcans, whereas the Romulans represented the parallel to the Communist Chinese. But the basic core of Gene Roddenberry's thesis, his entire universe, was that the Vulcans approached Earth after Earth had effectively destroyed itself in an orgy of mass suicide, a atomic war that resulted in Earth on the precipice of mass extinction. Humanity was about to perish, but the Vulcans came and solved humanity's problems with logic, and in return, they asked humanity, because they were obviously a warlike, barbarous race of aggressive primates, to help them fight the Romulans, which was, so this was an allegory of the Taiwanese versus the Communist Chinese on the mainland, but the Taiwanese needed the help of America, but America most certainly, and orders of magnitude more so, needed the help of the Taiwanese. This is exactly what we see going on here. All of the world, effectively all of the world's advanced microchips are produced in Taiwan. So if the Taiwanese do transfer production facilities to the United States, they will not work without Taiwan effectively, impacting your society immensely. This would be your Vulcan intervention. So I'm trying to see the positive outcome of this, and we'll work towards that together. This side of the Pacific, we're in cringe fest. The United States government has shut down in its first closure since 2018 through 2019. Consequent, our funding bill failure. Plunged into a government shutdown, the United States of America is confronting a fresh cycle of uncertainty, to say the least, after President Donald Trump and Congress failed to strike an agreement to keep government programs and services running by Wednesday's deadline. Congress failed to reach an agreement about the spending bill, and now thousands of federal employees will stop work and go on temporary furlough. President Trump threatened to irreversibly fire thousands of workers and cut benefits for, quote, large numbers of people, unquote. The open question being whether he is really out of touch enough to actually do that. Regardless, Washington is bracing for what could be a prolonged federal shutdown after lawmakers deadlocked and missed the deadline for funding your government. Republicans supported a short-term measure to fund the government at its current levels through November 21st, but Democrats blocked it, insisting the measure addresses their concerns regarding health care. Neither side shows any signs of budging. As a former federal bureaucrat myself, here's what I know. Point. Now that a lapse in funding has occurred, the law requires agencies to furlough their non-accepted employees. Accepted employees stay on the job but are not paid until after the shutdown ends. The Congressional Budget Office estimates roughly 750,000 federal employees could be furloughed during the shutdown, with an approximate daily compensation cost of 400 million United States dollars every day. FBI investigators, this would be another point I should think of and express. Point, all of your alphabet agencies, FBI investigators, CIA officers, ATC or air traffic controllers, and agents operating airport checkpoints will be working along with members of the armed forces. Social Security payments still go out. Seniors relying on Medicare coverage can still see their doctors, and healthcare providers can be reimbursed. The United States Postal Service is unaffected by a government shutdown because they are technically no longer part of the United States government. And veteran healthcare also continues during a shutdown. Unfortunately, by my perspective. Point, or the third point I can think of at the moment, essential services will continue. Oddly, and in my opinion, honestly, quite stupidly, national parks will be open, presumably to serve as encampments for the ever-swelling hordes of American families rendered homeless by Trumponomics. That's all they're going to become, because all the National Guards, well, I mean to say National Park staff, are effectively no longer working. Not surprisingly, considering the circumstances, the BLS, or the Bureau of Labor Statistics, will not release employment or inflation numbers this week. Next step, will voters blame Democrats or the Trump misadministration for the chaos? Now, the most important thing to understand, and as a federal employee, I can tell you this with absolute certainty, government shutdowns always hit federal workers the hardest, and they have political consequences as well. There will be blood. So what does the shutdown mean for investors? And what are the implications for the United States financial markets? Well, aside from the inevitable surge in gold, the main macro implications. Micro implications would be how fucked up your life will become. Maybe some of you won't even notice. But the main macro implications lie in the labor market and predictions for the path of interest rates. The Trump misadministration is threatening mass firings of federal workers, Stalinist purges, which will only add to the tens of thousands of people it already fired this year, and send jobless claims rising through the fucking roof in an already troubled job market. Our jobs market is crashing. I can guarantee you that. We're up shit creek without a paddle. As for those other markets, a shutdown that lasts would finally stick a pin in the extended bull run, which, as in previous years, seems untethered to reality anyway. In other words, Trump is determined to tank the American economy. But in the good news, now that a federal government shutdown is underway, San Francisco Fleet Week may proceed without United States military ships and the Blue Angels, as the Blue Angels may be grounded. So all I could say is, thank the gods of my ancestors for that. as a complexly post-traumatically stress disordered veteran, I spend all Fleet Week hiding naked under the bed with a loaded firearm because I'm flashing back to napalm runs and far, far worse, dropping from aeroplanes due to combat experience in the Balkans. And yes, those were American airplanes that did the dirty damage. Flying in low enough so that their sonic booms would crash open all the office windows in the middle of the financial district of Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, and sweeping in again to strafe and bomb all of the critically injured as the emergency teams and fire departments moved in to try and rescue them so they would eliminate the emergency response infrastructure of the Serbs completely. So every time those roars of a plane come over low like that, I'm back in Belgrade. Now, that brings us to the quote of the day, and back to answering Mr. 1213's question. And hopefully he's been patient enough to stay with us. The quote of the day is, "We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement." Now, can you guess who said that? Anybody? That is a topical quote. It's a relevant quote. It's your Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and that's his title. It's not War Secretary or Secretary of War. It's still Secretary of Defense. But that was Pete Hegseth in a speech on the woke military, given to hundreds of admirals and generals in Quantico, Virginia, yesterday. He called rules of engagement politically correct and overbearing, and railed against the military's fitness requirements and hazing protections. Really? Really? For those of you who don't know, military hazing has a good chance of killing your own men before you even ever get into combat. It has a good chance of killing your own men before even graduating from boot camp. I escaped it in the Marine Corps simply because I had brought in a number of recruits, poolies as they were called, P-O-O-L-E, poolee, meaning like in a labor pool, a pool of recruits. And because I had brought in two, with each one I got a promotion before I entered the Marine Corps, because I brought in two different suckers for the Marine Corps, for the meat grinder. And that means I was essentially a corporal by the time I entered the Marine Corps, and blanket partying or hazing me in any manner would have been mutiny. So that protected my ass. I could get away with being effeminate in that regard. It protected me from the enlisted men, protected me from the fellow recruits, not against the drill instructors. But it also brings us to the basic riddle. Why did the chicken cross the road? And the stupid answer, of course, to a stupid question. To get to the other side. That is what we're going to ask about Pete Hegseth. So, thank you for responding, Mr. 1213. Thumbs up to that. And by the way, whenever I press that thumbs up, it always gives me the choice of different skin colors. I choose the yellow because, of course, I'm Asian. Let me check one thing into the call before we dived right deep into that question here. Got a number of people talking, and I'm so glad that they're talking to each other. It's good to see people talking to each other. That's cool. And at any rate, so bear in mind the riddle. Why did the chicken cross the road? Why did Hegseth want over 800 generals and admirals in the same room? Federal government, while the federal government shuts down for the first time since 2018 through to 2019. Has anyone thought to ask that question? your federal government shutting down. We all knew it was going to happen. It wasn't like this was sudden. This was something that everyone knew was going to happen. Yet Hegseth brings in almost 1,000 of our highest ranking officers into the same room with the commander-in-chief in anticipation of your government closure. To put this in context, the federal government shut down on Wednesday for the first time in nearly 7 years after Senate Democrats voted down a Republican bill to keep funding our government. So Trump and Hegseth rallied the troops at an extraordinarily rare meeting, a historical precedent, really, to rail against woke standards. In other words, don't shoot women and children. Shit like that. Don't kill wounded, injured, or critically incapacitated enemy personnel or civilians. You know, crap like that that gets in the way of you having a good time when you get all thirsty and start slaking it in the video game and you just kill everything that moves and a lot of things that stopped. He wants to get to that video game point, that first-person shooter standard. Now, the Secretary of Defense, again, I cannot overemphasize, that's still his official title, Pete Hegseth, ordered hundreds of generals and admirals to the United States Marine Corps' Quantico, Virginia military base for a meeting that simply could have been an email. The last-minute gathering before full federal shutdown, in preparation, therefore, featured hundreds of senior military officials who, presumably, all swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the president, not to the executive or the office thereof, but to the Constitution, attending something more akin to a campaign rally. The champions of Ziorussism and those who believe in white supremacy, corruption, greed, exploitation, the destruction of institutions, and an America that is only for the moneyed few, will never represent who this nation really is. People who believe in society as a real thing are the true nationalists. Those of us who believe in good governance, justice, equality, fairness, science, and the pursuit of happiness have always been the people that produce greatness, rather than simply asserting it. 'Tis us whom are willing to fight against this ultimate wickedness, that don't just speak about American greatness, but live it. I've reached my fill of explaining to the erythrocephalus MAGA fuckers that yes, I myself, as a doctrinaire National Socialist, a Nazi, in the historical sense, not the neo sense, am, in fact, to the left of them on many issues, especially the environment and fossil fuels. Democrats aren't doing nearly enough to stop the sixth mega mass extinction via destruction of our ecosystems that I see every day in the biological literature. So I am far left of Democrats. There are more than 12 sets of ideas on this planet, more than 12 political parties, more than 12 ways to solve problems. If you feel the need to let me know that I must be a Zio Democrat, feel free. I'll know who to block next. If you feel like bloviating about TDS, that so-called Trump derangement syndrome, I'll take it as a medical question. My total dissolved solids are fine. If you are referring to the fake disease instead, that you have invented to explain why so many people despise your movement of hatred, we find it funny that you have to play make-believe in order to rationalize your mass pathology as politics. It certainly is not listed in my copy of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5. I suggest you go back to Truth Social. Truth being in quotes, I assure you. This is an educational forum. For those of you who have just probed me about, you must be a Democrat, there's nothing for you here. And your commander-in-chief is not okay. The president was a late addition to Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's gathering of top officers. But he stole the show, and not in any good way. Trump sleepwalked through an unhinged rant to our military leaders. Trump's bizarre military speech evoked silence in the room when it wasn't prompting laughter and danger for the empire and the nation. Hegseth has had a lot of bad ideas, but this one was disruptive and even quite dangerous. All of these men and women have real jobs they should be doing. Even if Hegseth was calling this meeting to discuss serious issues of national defense, of which the Pentagon had provided no such prior indications, few things are important enough to justify the security risk, I'll call it the mass security risk, indeed the national security risk, of putting the entire top United States military command, the Secretary of Defense, and the President all in the same fucking room. So far, no one really knows why this meeting has even taken place. Hegseth and his people have been tight-lipped about it, which is odd because they apparently intended to record and broadcast it anyway. The lack of information, regardless, has created fertile ground for speculation, many of Donald Trump's critics wondering if Trump and Hegseth were going to demand a declaration of loyalty to the president that would be similar, as retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges suggested on X, to the way Russian officers in the 1930s were forced to swear allegiance to Stalin after the general's purge murdered thousands of them. Hegseth responded to Hodges with the sort of dude bro laziness that characterizes the social media behavior of top Trump misadministration officials. Cool story, General! I myself always thought this sort of dramatic moment, a purge where they're all machine gunned, is, well, always was unlikely, if only because even the dimmest Pentagon functionary would have warned Hegseth that trying to put hundreds of generals and admirals on the spot and then massacre them with a machine gun could go very badly in terms of optics. What if something more substantive is in the works? Americans and Congress should be especially alert for anything that goes beyond a "come on in for the big win" speech from either Hegseth or Trump. One possibility was that Hegseth was going to engage in some personnel-related shock and awe and fire people in front of their colleagues, a kind of bloodless purge. The officers, as the Atlantic Magazine's editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg said on Washington Week Yesterday last week, didn't know if they were coming in to a pep rally or the Red Wedding. Hegseth is on the record saying that the military is too top-heavy with senior officers, but a public dismissal of United States military leaders would have been both terrible management and a gift to our enemies. Just imagine Vladimir Putin's smirk as he tells the Russian general staff, "At least you don't work in the Pentagon." It was nevertheless conceivable that some officers arrived in Quantico as top commanders and left Quantico as retirees. Another possibility was that Hegseth had decided that his schemes for reorganizing the United States military just aren't being taken seriously enough. Hegseth has been getting resistance to his push to reshape several military commands, so he may be trying to announce new structures as a fait accompli, and then order the officers, who would have to draw up the actual plans, to make them happen. Hegseth surely knows that they can still slow roll his ideas into oblivion, and he may have called this meeting because he somehow thinks he has enough force of personality to stare down some 800 men and women who were officers when he was still in high school. Finally, the Trump misadministration might really be about to put this nation on a war footing. And so Hegseth wanted everyone where he could talk to them and meet them one-on-one if necessary. This, too, was always unlikely. Such a discussion would have to include classified information, which means that the meeting could not be shown on television later. In the end, I suspect that Hegseth was trying to bolster his stature by flexing his bureaucratic muscles. He's disrupting the work and daily life of hundreds of people to emphasize that he has the power to do so. Like Trump himself, Hegseth seems to feel the need to do things that others think are unwise as a way of demonstrating toughness and independence. Both men remind me of Miles, the creepy child in the Henry James novella titled The Turn of the Screw, published in 1898. When Miles misbehaves, his governess asks him why he would do such a thing. Why, it was to show you I could. And I can again. Still, everyone loves meetings. I mean, who isn't a fan of those congenial time wasters so common in the government, where an entire organization piles into a poorly ventilated auditorium to hear the leadership explain things that could have just been an email? Okay, nobody loves them. But when I worked for the Department of Defense, they weren't that onerous a requirement, especially because I was merely an academic who could play Scrabble in my head while some visiting admiral talked about, well, honestly, I don't remember what they talked about. We had a lot of those meetings. I was not, however, a senior officer in charge of a major command, with responsibility for thousands of people and millions of dollars of weaponry. Those folks are busy, which is why the Department of Defense, the DoD, as it is still officially and legally referenced, has very advanced and very expensive teleconferencing equipment designed to obviate the need to move people around the world for a chat. But the Secretary of Defense /war/lethality, Pete Hegseth, isn't going to use that technology. Instead, he recently decided that some 800 generals and admirals needed to come in person from every corner of the planet to a Marine Corps base at Quantico, Virginia, simply to listen to their boss, a former TV host, lecture them on the warrior ethos and, for some reason, personal grooming. Yes, hygiene. Because I guess they all stink or something. The yesterday meeting featured not only Hegseth, but also a last-minute addition, the Commander-in-Chief himself. So yesterday, President Donald John Trump said he wants to use American cities as training grounds for the military. A dangerous and disgraceful indictment of violence against civilians that further slides our empire into an authoritarian hellhole. By the way, that's to put it mildly. To say the least, we got that. But to say the most, this is race war. The term urban is a code name for black. The term inner city is a way to avoid saying nigger. What you have here is a declaration of war against the black population of the United States, which is beyond overwhelmingly urban. Statistically, demographically, it is effectively 100% city dwelling. So when he says we're going to use the cities as training grounds for the military, what are they going to be pointing their laser sights at? Same as when I was working in the Acorn projects in Oakland and federal officers came in to train and would sight their lasers on what they called little nigglets. And how many nigglets in a blanket can you shoot? They'd rack up scores for virtual kills of black African American children. Your tax dollars pay for that. Now your tax dollars will be paying for them to take down all the old ladies, all the fat blacks, well, just basically any nigger in their sights. Referring to Hegseth, Trump said, "I told Pete we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor. Stupid governor." Now, Trump has been threatening to send the National Guard to Chicago, as he has done with Washington State and Portland, Oregon, falsely describing these cities as war zones. Troops stationed in those cities have basically served as janitors and landscapers, picking up trash and spreading mulch because federal law prohibits them from serving as local law enforcement officers. While he made his vile threats against civilians, Trump was super low energy, likely because the generals gathered didn't loudly applaud him for, well, they didn't applaud for him like the cultists at his rallies do. From there, a low-energy Trump rambled on about God knows what, including some doggerel about war, the quality of the paper he signs, the fact that he probably won't be given the Nobel Prize, and that you cannot use the N-word. Yes, seriously. Seemingly referring to the word nuclear, or as George W. Bush, that other retard Republican, used to say, nuclear, while lamenting that he couldn't kill the supposed invaders. I guess he's referring to the black population of America as an insurgency. Whomever they may be, these invaders, maybe he means trans from another planet or something, because it's so hard to identify them, his words. I guess that means they're not black, they look just like you and me, per Trump's perspective. Well, that wouldn't be anybody because he's orange. So, whatever the case, Trump said he's going to continue to send the military into American cities against this unidentifiable enemy. This is straight out of a 50s horror film where the Martians assume human proportions and you don't know who's the Martian, an allegory for communism. It's all suggesting he's just fine with the military carrying out extrajudicial killings of civilians regardless, as he's done with military strikes on rowboats off the coast of Venezuela, while insisting that it's necessary because America is, to quotist himself, under invasion from within. Now, reflect upon everything that I'm saying. And you'd better fucking shudder. Trump is coming for you. Thus 'twas but a loyalty check vis-a-vis the sufferance of a disturbing diatribe. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's convocation of hundreds of admirals and generals yesterday turned out to be, in the main, by all appearances, except from what I've articulated to you now, which no one else has, a nothing burger to the mainstream mass media machine. Hegseth paced and strutted and lectured and hectored, warning the officers that he was tired of seeing fat people in the halls of the Pentagon, and promising to take the men who have medical or religious exemptions from shaving, read, mostly black men who have a skin condition where if they shave, it deforms them terribly for life with all of these horrible pit marks and craters in their face, as many men from West Africa develop when they shorn themselves of their natural beards, and kick them out of the military, which is a racial purge. He assured them that the woke Department of Defense was now a robust and manly Department of War, and that they would no longer have to worry about people smearing them as toxic leaders. Hegseth went on a tirade about the word toxic itself, noting that if a commitment to high standards made him toxic, then so be it. All in all, an utterly embarrassing address, but that wasn't even the worst of it. The assembled military leaders likely already knew that Hegseth is unqualified for his job, and they could mostly tune out the sloganeering that Hegseth, a former televisual host, was probably aiming more at Fox News and the White House than at the military itself. What they could not ignore, however, was the spectacle that President Donald Trump put on when he spraketh after Hegseth. Understand that by the time that you reach high officer status, by the time you're the rank of colonel or above, you're no longer a soldier or a sailor. You're no longer an airman or a marine. You're a politician in uniform. These men and women would never have gotten to the position of commissioned officer rank at the higher levels of that commission without politicking and without political connections. The end result is that they can handle Hegseth. When it comes to Trump, they're dealing with the man who gives the orders. And that president talked at length, and his comments should have confirmed to even the most sympathetic observer that he is, as the kids say, not okay. Several of Hegseth's people said in advance of the senior officer conclave that its objective was to energize America's top military leaders and get them to focus on Hegseth's vision for a new Department of War, in spirit, if not in legal name. But the generals and admirals should be forgiven if they walked out of the auditorium and wondered, what on earth is wrong with the commander-in-chief? Trump seemed quieter and more confused than usual. He is not accustomed to audiences who do not clap and react to obvious applause lines. At the outset, he said, "I've never walked into a room so silent before." Hegseth had the same awkward problem earlier, waiting for laughs and applause that never came. The president announced his participation only days ago, and he certainly seemed unprepared. Trump started rambling right out of the gate. But first, he channeled his inner Jeb Bush, asking the officers to clap, but, only if they felt like it. I'm going to quote him now. "I never walked into a room so silent before. Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future. We can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are 2 N-words, and you can't use either of them. They don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. San Francisco and Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, we'll straighten them out one by one. It'll be a major part for some of the people in this room. It's a war. It's a war, too. It's a war from within. Now, can't use the N-word. The enemy's among us. They don't wear no goddamn uniform. But by God, you're going to take them out." Why is the mainstream mass media machine not saying anything about this? Why does it take the son of Adolf Hitler to tell you you're in the middle of a goddamn race war and you don't even know it? The Department of Defense name change is not official. It is motivational toward killing them fucking niggers who just can never be white enough. And you know what the response was to what I just quoted? Laughs. Laughter. That was when they laughed. Laughs rippled through the room. Yeah! Yeah! This is what they've been waiting for. Trump then wandered around, lost in the halls of history. He talked about how the Department of War was renamed in the 1950s. It happened in the late 1940s. At one point, he mentioned that the Atomic Energy Commission had confirmed that his strike on Iran had destroyed Tehran's nuclear program, or I should say nuclear. Iran still has a nuclear program, and the AEC, the Atomic Energy Commission, hasn't existed since the mid-1970s. He whined about the Gulf of America and how he beat the Associated Press in court on the issue. The fact that that case is still ongoing has seemingly eluded him. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or should I say, the Gaza side. I said, he did not identify to whom. How long have you been fighting? 3,000 years, sir. That's a long time, but we got it, I think, settled. Later adding, war is very strange. Indeed. And so it went, as Trump recycled old rally speeches, full of his usual lies, grievances, and misrepresentations. His obsessions with former presidents Joe Biden and Barack Obama, and his sour disappointment in the Nobel Prize Committee, saying, they'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. He congratulated himself on tariffs, noting that the money could buy a lot of battleships. To use an old term, at least he understood that much. And come to think of it, he said maybe America should build battleships again. From steel. Not that papier-mâché and aluminum stuff the Navy is apparently using now. His words, aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. It starts melting as the missile is about 2 miles away. Okay. Even if these officers had never attended a MAGA event or even seen one, they were now in the middle of a typical unhinged Trump diatribe. The president had a speech waiting for him on the teleprompter, and now and then Trump would hunch his shoulders and apparently pick off a stray word or phrase therefrom, like a distracted hunter firing random buckshot from a duck blind and killing other nearby hunters, or passerby, or kids making out in cars on Lover Lane, or some shit. But Trump has always had difficulty wrestling Stephen Miller's labored neoclassical references and clunky faux Churchillisms off a screen and into his mouth. Mostly the president decided to just riff on his greatest hits to the stone-faced assembly. As comical as many of Trump's comments were, the president's nakedly partisan appeal to United States military officers was a violation of every standard of American civil-military relations, and exactly what George Washington feared would happen with an unscrupulous commander-in-chief. The most ominous part of his speech came, as if everything I've told you wasn't already ominous enough, when he told the military officers that they would be part of the solution to domestic threats, fighting the enemy from within. He added, almost as a kind of trollish afterthought, that he'd told Hegseth, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military, because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor. Stupid governor. Democrats, such as that particular incompetent governor, who I'll tear into later for other reasons, Trump called out, slammed Trump's speech as no aught but totalitarian rhetoric. In a post on X published after Trump's speech, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, wrote, "To Donald Trump, stop using military troops and ICE to invade and disrupt American cities. Stop calling your political opponents enemies of the United States. Stop attacking the First Amendment. Our troops and our nation deserve better than you acting as a petty tyrant." Now, this farrago of fantasy, menace, and autocratic peacocking is the kind of thing that the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan evocatively called boot bait for the bubbas, and that George Orwell might have called prol feed, as in feed for the proletariat. It's one thing to serve it up to an adoring MAGA mob. They know that most of it is nonsense, and only some of it is real, or half real at the best. They find it entertaining, and they can take or leave as much of Trump's rhetorical junk food buffet as they would like. It is another thing entirely to aim this kind of sludge at military officers who are trained and acculturated to treat every word from the president with respect and to regard his thoughts as policy. But American officers have never had to contend with a president like Trump. Plenty of presidents behaved badly and suffered mental and emotional setbacks. John Fitzgerald Kennedy cavorted with secretaries in the White House pool. Lyndon Baines Johnson unleashed foul-mouthed tirades on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Richard Mulhouse Nixon fell into paranoia and depression. Ronald Reagan and Joe Biden wrestled with the indignities of age. But the officer corps knew that presidents were basically normal men surrounded by other normal men and women, and that the American constitutional system would insulate the military from any mad orders that might emerge from the Oval Office. Likewise, in Trump's first midterm, the president was surrounded by people who ensured that some of his more maniacal and most dangerous ideas were derailed before they could reach the military at all. Today, senior United States officers have to wonder who will shield them from the impulses of the person they just saw on stage. What are officers to make of Trump's accusation that other nations, only a year ago, supposedly called America a dead country? After all, these men and women were leading troops into combat just yesteryear. How are they supposed to react when Trump slips the surly bonds of truth, insults their former commanders-in-chief, and talks about his close relationship with the Kremlin? In 1973, an Air Force nuclear missile officer named Harold Herring, I didn't make that up, it sounds like it's from a novel or that it's a stage name, his surname was spelled Hering, Harold Herring asked a simple question during a training session. How can I know that an order I receive to launch my missiles came from a sane president? That question cost him his career. Military members are trained to execute orders, not to question them. That's why all the soldiers of the Third Reich were innocent. But yesterday, both the man who can order the use of nuclear arms, or the abuse thereof, and the man who would likely verify such an order, Hegseth, delivered unnerving and disgraceful performances in Quantico, apropos in a base for Marine Corps officers. How many officers left that room asking themselves Major Herring's question? Most likely, in hindsight, Hegseth was ordering up a loyalty check, which is what the military calls it when the bosses schedule a surprise meeting just to make everyone show up. As the least qualified defense secretary in modern history, he must know that he has a credibility problem with many senior national security leaders, and he is clearly angry about the leaks, often about himself, dribbling out of the Pentagon on an almost daily basis. The secretary simply saw this as a chance to remind America's military who's in charge. As of now, that seems to be what the most immediate objective was. A senior Trump misadministration official told the New York Times that the meeting was to get our fighters excited about new plans at DOD. And remember, it's still DOD, Department of Defense, officially so, not DOW or any Department of War. That exists only in the heads and off the lips of the Trump misadministration. Suggesting that it's an opportunity made for, I guess, television, because, their words, the guys with the stars on their shoulders make for a better audience from an optic standpoint. This is a showcase for Hegseth to tell them, get on board, or potentially have your career shortened. A defense official told CNN, it's about getting the horses into the stable and whipping them into shape. You know, I've met a lot of admirals and generals in my time, and I'm not sure that a dressing down from Pete Hegseth was ever going to be all that effective in either exciting them or scaring them. It is possible, of course, that Hegseth was convening this jamboree because something genuinely terrible is afoot, as I am warning you all it is. Perhaps he wanted all of America's top officers in the same room when he tells them, for example, that the United States is on the brink of going to war. In the civil sense, not international. Or that the Pentagon has been deeply compromised by spies and all of our military secrets are now in Moscow or Beijing. But if America is heading into a crisis, then Hegseth's call for a meeting was even more irresponsible, to say the least, because in a time of danger, all these people should be at their posts, not in an auditorium in Virginia, where a single bomb could have blasted them all to hell and back. By the way, I'm checking my incoming messages from many different people. And here we are. Once again, Trump threatens military actions in San Francisco. Thank you, Brendan. That's from Brendan. And he says, for you, I can only hope. And he put up a bunch of awards and shields, and thank you for that. That's important as well. We haven't been knocked off yet, to my knowledge, so they seem to be working. It speaks volumes that we were knocked off every day, except for the one day when, well, I was effectively ambushed for all intents and purposes and couldn't talk about current events. So while I'm checking my incoming messages, I've gotten an email that stands out. Do Democrats understand that they will lose any civil war they start with Republicans? Talk about a loaded question. It is implied by the question itself that the Democrats are starting the war, which I find disingenuous, to say the least. And obviously, the person's brain is warped to the point where their perspective is politicized. Well, they've got their head so far up their ass that it would take, well, major surgery to pull it out of rectal defilade. They're high on their own fumes. Look, I'm an ideological National Socialist, a historical Nazi, not a neo-Nazi, but as a Democrat by registration, solely because my late and sated legal father, the sire who raised and guided me, registered me as such so he could basically keep track of enemy literature, as he felt it was, because he was a Republican, and he wanted to get both sides of the story. I feel free to answer this. Well, first of all, war over what? If you want to take the Solid South and secede from the Union, well, if I were allowed to drive. I haven't driven in forever, and I swore to a judge I would never drive again because I'm complexly post-traumatically stress disordered, and a vehicle, a car, is far more dangerous than any firearm. And automobiles take far more American lives than even guns do. If I were not under that oath I swore to the judge never to drive again for the safety of others, I myself would fucking drive you to the Mason-Dixon line. In fact, George Knight recently told me, you know, I was saving up $1,000 for you, Douglas. Actually, he said pounds sterling. I was saving up 1,000 pounds sterling. But, you know, things came up, and I just can't give it to you. It's like he couldn't send me 100 or anything during that period of time he was saving up when I was calling for constant code reds and constant code blacks and on the precipice of homelessness. That wasn't reassuring. He might as well have said, I saved up to 999 quid and 99 pence, Doug. But then, you know, I had to go buy that car. Sorry about that. Why even tell me that story? But with the amount of money he saved up, he could rent you a limo. Take the whole fucking thing. From Texas to the East Coast and from the Mason-Dixon line down south. Don't want it. It's a drag on our economy anyway, and it just prevents both sides from getting anything they want. Just go. Don't let Iowa hit you in the ass on the way out. And if you really want a war, I don't think you've thought this through. Most of the educated people, aside from business majors, are liberals. Your scientists, doctors, chemical engineers, physicists. You may have a bunch of pea-shooter rifles. We'll have tactical nuclear weapons. We've seen you. The bulk of you can't run from McDonald's to Burger King if they were on the same block and you were on fire. You lose 3/4 of your potential force right there. Because battles aren't won by rifles and shooting ranges. They are won by tactics and strategy, by educated officers far from the front line. In other words, intelligent people. Last I checked, the old Red Hat districts weren't doing well in the education department. That means you're not exactly creating a bunch of generals. Hell, I know for a fact that your privates aren't up to standard either. In every sense of that word. Before you go making threats, you might want to think things through. My Golden California would be the world's 4th largest nation itself. The world's 4th largest economy if we were an independent nation state. We're absolutely loaded with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics schools, techno firms, scientists, and people with big salaries that pay lots of federal taxes that fund that interstate highway that runs through all your fuckless flyover states. And best of all, we've got Asians like myself, the greatest resource America ever fucking had. It's the states like New York, California, hell, even Minnesota that pay more in federal taxes than they ever receive in funding that allow a bunch of your Bible Belt states who receive more dollars than they ever pay in to function like an actual society, at least a shadow thereof. Are Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana gonna start paying for the health care of all your own impoverished illiterates? Or will they just be allowed to die? Is Texas going to fund the entire national defense of the new Confederacy? Because as soon as that big, beautiful wall goes up along the southern border of Union, we have to protect our borders, you know. Can't let all that white trash flow through. All of that tourism to Florida stops, and Disney packs up their shit and leaves you with the gators. My advice to you is to carefully consider what you fucking want. If you want to live in a dictatorship where Trump's bloated cadaver, that orange fiend, from hell runs your nation for the next half 100 years with J.D. Vance animating him with a stick up his ass under the desk, you're welcome to it. Turn Mar-a-Lardo into the whites-only house. Close down all of the universities and reopen them as Jesus camps and churches. Have laissez-faire capitalism run amok with your Senate composed of CEOs from major corporations. The senator from Jack Daniels. The senator from Big Tobacco. The senator from Anheuser-Busch. Since Trump country really despises the education department, you can just educate your own children in whatever part of your own house is left that's not contaminated from manufacturing methamphetamine. I'm sure you'll do a great job. Forget all of that liberal crap they don't need, like science, mathematics, spelling, grammar, world history, and geography. You could train them up in the Bible. The parts you like, not that hippie Jesus love and peace crap. Teach the boys hunting and fishing and the girls to cook and clean. Just like it was in the good old days, the 1800s, when white people didn't have to work, right? Stop wasting money on libraries and food shelves and the mental health care all of you so obviously missed out on in the childhood through adolescent development stage. If that's what you want, no war is even necessary. Just take your Neo-Confederacy and go. As far as I'm concerned, it's already that way because I refuse to enter that region of the United States in the first place, barring extraordinary circumstances, like my being abducted, or on a rampage of conquest or something. I've had friends call and ask if I want to visit them in Tennessee, and my answer at the time was that I'm very busy. I have an appointment to be the middle tier of a mad pyramid at Abu Ghraib prison all next week, and I just can't rearrange my schedule. You'll also be taking your portion of the national debt, which means all of the money added to it during all of the Republican misadministrations. That's going to be rough. Frankly, you should be made to take a bunch of the debt from the Democrat administrations too, because they always have to fix the economy that was destroyed by the Zionist bumfuckers you elected, a la the 2009 housing collapse that was engineered by George W. Bush. Just remember, don't call us when you're out of Confederate freedom robles. There won't be any more FEMA to come and put together a southern state after a hurricane, which are only increasing in size and intensity because y'all believe global warming is a hoax. Don't call us when the Texas power grid fails. Again? Don't call us when tornadoes rip through Oklahoma. You didn't see a need for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, to begin with. Don't call us when poverty rates skyrocket because you educate your children in the basement of churches. They have no skills, and major mega corporations leave in droves anyway. You don't believe in foreign assistance and will be happy not to give it, at least not to you. That platitude, that political violence is never the answer, is obviated by the fact that war itself, civil or international, is political violence. Also, volunteers are still needed in Utah to mop up Charlie Kirk. That, amidst all the deafening silence after the Mormon church shooter, was proven not to be any transgender leftist, but just another Trump cultist. Said event being a case study in how mass shootings are covered in America. On Sunday, news broke out of Michigan that a lone gunman crashed his vehicle into a Mormon church, opened fire, and set the building ablaze. Another horrific act of violence in a country where such scenes have become all too common. Almost immediately, speculation swirled on Twitter with far-right voices rushing to blame a Muslim or a transgender leftist, their favored scapegoats after mass shootings. But early images told a different story. The truck rammed into the church, flying a pair of very large American flags, and it bore an Iraq War veterans plate. The shooter was no Muslim, no trans person. He was a Trump-sucking combat veteran, a cisgendered white man who fit the profile of essentially every American mass shooter that ever killed. And just like that, the story faded from the political radar. There were no calls in the aftermath to investigate Trump fuckers as potential terrorists. No national conversations about the endlessly violent capacity of cisgendered men. No discussions about whether white people who fly massive American flags on the back of their trucks should have their guns taken away just for that. No presidential proclamations casting a single aspersion on the identity of this mass shooter. Cisgendered combat veterans will not spend the days after this tragedy fearing that their rights will be stripped away because of the misactions of one man that almost all the rest of them will inevitably repeat. I would ask you to imagine for one moment that this shooter had been transgender. But you don't have to. Just last month, a similar tragedy unfolded in Minneapolis with a transgender shooter. It was a massive statistical outlier. Transgender people account for only 0.087% of mass shootings in America, far below the per capita rate for white men, but also far below white men when you only consider active shooter instances on school campuses, making up but only 3 out of 74 such incidents. Yet in the wake of that the rarest of rare events, the floodgates opened against transgender people in a noakic tsunami of hate and retribution. Libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh called for treatment of transgender people as a mental illness and ending transgender healthcare at any age. Elon Musk shared Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's post confirming the shooter was transgender, declaring that there is a clear pattern here. Yeah, a pattern of Musk shit. The Trump misadministration floated the idea of stripping guns from trans Americans altogether. And Charlie Kirk, ironically shot by a white male gunman just a month later, tweeted, "If you are crazy enough to want to hormonally and surgically change your sex, you have a mental disorder, and you are too crazy to own a firearm." There is a long history of blaming mass shootings on transgender people for no goddamn good reason. After Trump arranged for himself to be shot at last year, far-right outlets circulated a photo of an unrelated transgender woman and claimed she was the shooter. The same smear spread after Uvalde, echoed even by members of Congress. In Texas, a megachurch shooter was likewise misidentified as trans. And in the most recent shooting of the anti-2S-LGBTQ+ activist Charlie Kirk, outlets falsely reported that transgender messages were left at the scene, a crime in fact committed by a white cisgendered male. The contrast is no accident. The silence over a white male shooter, decked out in Trump kit and camo no less, paired with the mainstream mass media machine frenzy that erupts whenever a shooter is falsely linked to transgender people, is part of the pattern. For years, the Russo-radicalized right has refused to reckon with the consequences of its own policies on guns, violence, and mental health. Policies that have left America with body counts that would stagger almost any other nation on earth. Instead, everything bad that happens is filtered through the lens of whom they already hate: Muslims, immigrants, transgender people. But when the shooter fits the nigh-universal profile, cisgendered white man, the script changes. Concern for violence only stretches as far as the color of the shooter's skin, their religion, as per the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, their gender identity. So as the headlines fade from this mass shooting, I ask listeners to imagine a different world. A world where we treat every mass shooting as a symptom of America's deeper failures. A world where combat veterans get real mental health care. Where buying a gun isn't as easy as ordering a Big Mac. where 2S LGBTQ+ people aren't scapegoated for every single national tragedy, and where the actions of a single individual never become an excuse to strip rights from an entire community. Because the mainstream mass media machine failed the public on the murder of Irina Zarutska and Charlie Kirk. Until Charlie Kirk's summary execution, the actual act of public martyrdom that was riling up the right last month was the orders of magnitude more outrageous assassination of Irina Zarutska, the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, fresh from her job at a pizza joint in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm going to put in a few links into the text box, but first in chat. Let's go to live streaming and get those links in there. And I want you to confer academic language, or, professorese for compare, these 12 links later. Or if you watch them now, turn the subtitles on and turn the voice off, because I want you to hear me, not these goddamn videos. Again, if you review them now, turn the voice off. Muted their videos, not mine. And turn the subtitles on while you listen to me. One of them is titled Memory Hold. Subtitled, The Mainstream Mass Media Machine Didn't Bother Covering Irina Zarutska's Murder. Confer that with, or compare it to, the video titled Irina Zarutska, subtitled The Story of the Mainstream Mass Media Machine Didn't Want You to See. Because, whereas Irina Zarutska was victimized anew with each successive reviewing of the graphic video of her slaughter, Charlie Kirk was increasingly dignified into deification. Here's my memo to the legacy mainstream mass media machine. Race is absolutely relevant in the Irina Zarutska murder. Now, I'm going to use the N-word here because I can. Because I should. Because the person, he's not even a person. He's a piece of shit. Rates that term. On the night of August 22nd, Irina Zarutska, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who had fled the horrors of war in her homeland, boarded a CATS, a Charlotte Area Transit System light rail train. She had just finished a shift at a local pizzeria. Zarutska sat down on what was effectively an all-black commuter carriage, one row in front of a disheveled nigger with a knife. Her headphones were on, and her mind was perhaps drifting to the life she was building in America, an empire she mistakenly believed offered safety from the violence she had escaped. 4 minutes later, she was dead, stabbed 3 times, including once in the neck, by a man she had never met. The murderer. There's nothing alleged here, nothing suspected. The murderer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., a 34-year-old with a rap sheet boasting at least 14 prior arrests, walked off the train in open conspiracy with the all-black passenger rank and file, albeit he was arrested shortly thereafter. The surveillance footage, later released by CATS, captures the chilling randomness of the attack. Only random in appearance, because she was stalked by this son of a bitch. To the reviewer, appearing as a moment of unprovoked brutality that has since ignited a firestorm of outrage, debate, and reckoning, which I would have gotten to sooner had we not had a massive interruption a few episodes ago. And I'm not talking about when they were simply taking me offline. It is as horrific as anything you'll ever see happen to an innocent person. A young Ukrainian woman minding her own business on a light rail train in Charlotte, North Carolina, suddenly attacked from behind by a black male wielding a knife, stabbing and killing her before walking off and saying, "I got that white girl." I have seen pigs slaughtered with more dignity than that man afforded to Zaruska, as he repeatedly slashed her throat from behind before leaving the scene while, according to the police procedural interviews of all his fellow black passengers whom, without exception, attempted to assist in his escape, if only by refraining from even reporting the crime, openly announcing that he got that white girl. The attack inspired outrage on the right, some but not all because of the killer's apparent motive, which, if the races were reversed, would have rightly prompted a great national mourning, introspection, and all too many mass ceremonial taking of knees. I can see why the left would refrain from highlighting the video of this incident, which is not only racially incendiary, but also threatens, by its implications for public order, any concept of shared space or tolerable urban living. Zaruska's murder is also so awful that a viewer can be psychologically transformed just by watching and be left staggering, well, I'd say staggering around for minutes at the least, or days thereafter, wondering whether the world is a place different from what they thought. This is directly connected to the fact that NATO warning Russia has only proven that the flaccid American imperial security stance may be worse for Europe than a dormant NATO. Think of all of Trump's connections with the Kremlin. Think about him needing a reason to go into inner cities with the military. Think about the fact that Putin's enemies are the Ukrainians, and this mind-controlled blackhead case kills a Ukrainian on American soil in continuity of Russia's war against the Ukrainians as a people, not a nation, but a race to be exterminated. European diplomats are said to have warned the Kremlin last week that NATO is ready to respond to further violations of its airspace with full force, including by shooting down Russian airplanes. A Russian diplomat said such a response could mean war. At a tense meeting in Moscow, British, French, and United German envoys addressed their concerns about an incursion by three MiG-31, or MiG-31s as we used to call them back in the DoD days, fighter jets into Estonian airspace in the week before last. By now it might have been longer by a few days, but at the most, week and a half, or 2 weeks gone. Following the conversation, they concluded that the violation had been a deliberate tactic ordered by Russian commanders. When it comes to NATO's largest and most powerful member, the American Imperial President Donald Trump has issued a series of contradictory statements about Russia, from its war on Ukraine to the failed Alaska summit with Vladimir Putin himself. Trump recently said European allies should shoot down Russian jets that violate their aerospace, but the 79-year-old Republican has long expressed admiration for Putin and disdain for NATO, ever threatening not to defend its members against Kremlin attack. As for right now, the sudden uptick in obvious Russian incursions aligns with the view from some European security officials that a belligerent maneuver from Moscow would likely not come in the form of a conventional attack, but rather a hybrid operation with deliberate ambiguity about its origins and motivations, such as the employment of sabotage and cyber attacks. But it also means the mobilization of minorities behind enemy lines. Understand, Trump says they're not wearing uniforms. Trump says, you shoot them anyway, because they're waging war. Then, well, one of his black boys from one of the mind control camps stalks down a Ukrainian, not a Russian, even though we've got plenty of Russian Jewish emigres, by the millions, as a matter of fact, without exaggeration. But no, had to be a Ukrainian he stalked and slaughtered like a pig. Now, that meeting in August saw Trump clapping giddily as a seal when he greeted the Russian autocrat, followed by talks that didn't produce a goddamn thing, let alone a ceasefire. During his 2024 campaign, Trump repeatedly promised that he would quickly end the war, which he falsely blamed on former President Joe Biden and Ukraine itself rather than the Russian Empire, the primary aggressor. So, this drone swarm attack on NATO, this hybrid attack, like what you saw this side of the Atlantic on Irina, because a woman's body is always an extension of the battlefield. Think mass rape, as happens in every war. That drone swarm attack on NATO came as just a few weeks after Trump's highly touted summit with Putin in Alaska, failing to end the war between Russia and Ukraine, proving itself, and Trump, a diplomatic disaster. And, of course, exposing the international failure of the Trump misadministration. So how do you respond? Well, the war is here on the America front. It's come home to us all. And a few days later, after European leaders visited the White House to discuss the conflict, Trump was caught on a hot mic touting his connection with Putin. To quote a Steve, "I think Putin wants to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal for me. Do you understand that? As crazy as it sounds?" Well, Putin has repeatedly rejected efforts to end the war, making Trump's credulous comments appear removed from reality itself, particularly for the thousands of Ukrainians who have died since the beginnings of the invasion. Following their summit, Trump continued to fanboy over Putin, gushing to Fox News that he maintained a very good relationship with the Russian, and that when they met in Alaska, there was a warmth there, and a decent feeling. Trump even held up a photograph, an autographed photo of Vlad Putin while speaking to reporters in the Oval Office a few days later, and said he hoped Putin would visit the 2026 World Cup held in these United States. Trump has falsely bragged about ending multiple wars while touting himself for a Nobel Peace Prize, an award that was given to former President Barack Obama, much to Trump's chagrin. But he hasn't been able to get Russia to budge. That's because, for the entirety of his time as a political figure, Trump has acted as Putin's pooching poodle, bringing to life the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's 2016 warning that Trump would be Putin's puppet. Putin pushed hard for Trump in that election, interfering from afar, because with Trump in the White House, he can do things like fly drones into Poland and jets into Estonia without worrying about any serious consequences from America. With the return of the treasonous president, Donald Trump, to the White House, Europeans have since worried about a dormant NATO, or worse, an American imperial withdrawal from the Atlantic Alliance. There is a case to be made that the current situation is even worse than these doomsday scenarios. Trump and his team said enough of the right things to allow many European leaders to lull themselves back into complacency, but a factual detached assessment of the American imperial misadministration's actions since January paints a picture that should be keeping European security and defense officials up at night. Russia crossed a new threshold over the past 14, the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks, with its drone swarm and fighter jet incursions into Polish and Estonian NATO airspace. These overt military violations have suspiciously coincided with severe simultaneous disruptions at major European airports. NATO's response wasn't just paltry, It was accompanied by Trump statements that suggest the clearly deliberate violations by Moscow were a mistake, inviting more Russian aggression instead of deterring it. NATO's failure to dissuade Russia from even contemplating such violations will turn out to be a fateful moment for Europe and the Atlantic Alliance. The imperative to correct course, recover deterrence, and control escalation dominance has never been more urgent. It was striking how low alliance officials set the bar for themselves in light of these incidents. NATO defenses shot down a mere 4 Russian drones out of 19, and officials seem to be content with repelling Russian warplanes after the fact. The message to the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin could not be more problematic, especially after the Allies spent 3 years imposing all sorts of restrictive measures on Ukraine and themselves out of constant fear of provoking the Russian Empire. The Polish Foreign Minister Władysław Sikorski made a startlingly revealing statement on Monday as dated September 22nd at the United Nations Security Council. "We are peaceful democracies who have studiously avoided actively joining your attempt to conquer Ukraine. But we will not be intimidated. If another missile or aircraft enters our space without permission, deliberately or by mistake, and gets shot down, and the wreckage falls on NATO territory, please don't come here to whine about it. You have been warned." While a worthy and necessary attempt to project deterrence, the statement rings hollow for now, given that it has never been backed by any effective strategic action from NATO. The inability of Europeans to turn their nearly year-long discussions about a possible reassurance force in Ukraine undermines all of their efforts to end the war. The choice of calling the potential European force a reassurance force only betrays their hesitations. Add to that the continued difficulties of the European defense industrial landscape to consolidate, standardize, and scale itself up, despite notable breakthroughs on financing like the SAFE, the SAFE, or Simple Agreement for Future Equity Mechanism. This is but another signal of lack of serious commitment to a war that, in reality, is already being fought against them. And yourselves here, this side of the Atlantic. The latest chapter in the Franco-German dysfunctional forced marriage to produce the fighter jet of the future with trial balloons in the United Germany about dropping the French partner only further weakened the signaling. Instead of dedicating all their political, financial, and industrial efforts to build up the capacities needed to become more credible, Europeans diverted scarce time and resources over the past few months working on keeping the United States on their side. They convinced themselves they had kept Washington engaged, at least within NATO. Then they built the rest of their efforts on that erroneous baseline. But now Europeans have found themselves not only bearing full responsibility for the non-NATO battlefield of the Ukraine, the borderland in the Slavic language, but also dealing with one of the gravest challenges to the security of the Atlantic Alliance's eastern flank, with an America that has been increasingly ghosting them. Away from the backslapping and obsequious fawning since May, on all indicators, the United States has weakened Ukraine and Europa's hand in the ongoing confrontation over European security. Washington suspended crucial intelligence sharing to force Kiev to negotiate in a weakened state. It stopped direct American imperial financial support for the Ukraine. It slow-rolled already appropriated weapons and even canceled some deliveries. Trump and his team verbally assaulted the Ukrainian president Volodymyr Zelensky in their first Oval Office meeting, while a few months later they rolled out the red carpet for Ukraine's aggressor Vladimir Putin in Alaska. American imperial officials contest any accusations of softening their stance toward Russia by pointing out that they have not suspended or lifted any of the sanctions imposed on Moscow by the former President Joe Biden's previous administration. While factual, what they have not done is taken any action to compel Putin to stop the war in Ukraine. For a Trump misadministration that prides itself on disruptive diplomatic style and on breaking with everything the Biden administration has done, the continuity is telling. Setting aside style, the Biden-era policies were only marginally better in light of the AUKUS, or the Australia-United Kingdom-United States Partnership, the Inflation Reduction Act, and overly cautious mismanagement of the war in Ukraine based on self-deterrence instead of deterring the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. A dormant NATO or an American imperial withdrawal from the Atlantic Alliance would have been catastrophic because it would have immediately created vital capacity vulnerabilities, but at least it would have been a clarifying moment that Europeans could not delude themselves out of facing. The current situation's ambiguity with the American imperial stance is proving more and more dangerous as the days go by. Europeans, of course, should be wiser by now, but they still haven't internalized the profound recalibration of American posture away from Europe after Trump's first midterm and Biden's lame duck presidency. This proves just how addicted Europeans are to the American security guarantee, despite their wealth and power. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whose nation has been the target of relentless Russian attacks, has written, and here I read therefrom, "It is clear that Russian aggression poses a danger to every independent nation in our region, and therefore only joint and coordinated action can guarantee reliable security." It is worth pointing out that for years now, Europe has already been confronting a series of unexplained and unattributed attacks. Bombs on rail lines or in packages inside planes, arson attacks at warehouses filled with military equipment for Ukraine, potentially catastrophic jamming of GPS, global positioning of satellite signals. These, by the way, are only the physical manifestations of so-called gray zone warfare, actions that harass an enemy without crossing the line into open combat. In addition to these and other acts of subversion, Moscow has also kept up an unceasing torrent of disinformation, propaganda, and attempts to suborn European politicians. On September 7th, it should be noted, Russia launched its largest aerial attack on the war in Ukrainian civilian targets, killing at least 4 people. Then African-American elements of Trump's carryover of Russia's Red insurgency, followed up by assassinating another Ukrainian in these United States. Understand this much. Trump is Putin's occupation. Putin occupies America through Donald Trump. Donald Trump is carrying out Putin's gray zone warfare using mind-controlled, empty-headed niggers to kill whites so he can send in the army to kill them all. If you can't see that game, you're so fucking blind, you may as well turn in. You've got no hope to deal with what's coming next. This is where we get ugly, as if we haven't already. Unfortunately, we've got to deal with this issue. W.E.B. Du Bois. Webb Du Bois was the black author who famously wrote about the invisible color line, calling it the problem of the 20th century. It's the problem of the last century, all right. That line's been redrawn. He explored this concept in his seminal 1903 book titled The Souls of Black Folk, employing metaphors such as the veil and double consciousness to explain the racial divide. In terms of Dietrichonic, that's die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, for what's literally translated as Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key. In terms of Dietrichonic ideas related to Du Bois' color line, the color line itself. Du Bois defined it as the racial segregation and discrimination that persisted in America after the abolition of slavery. It describes a deep systemic and institutionalized racism that affects every aspect of black life, from opportunity and education to housing and political power. As for the veil, This metaphor describes the literal and figurative barrier that separates black people from white society. For black Americans, the veil obscures their view of a world of opportunity, while preventing many white Americans from seeing black people as fully human. For black people, the veil gives a second sight, a unique perspective on their own identity and the nature of the white world. As for double consciousness, this peculiar sensation describes the internal conflict that results from living behind the veil. A black person in America feels a twanness, an American and a Negro, and must constantly view himself through the eyes of a society that looks on with amused contempt and pity. That's Webb Du Bois' words, not mine. And, of course, it's a global issue. Du Bois saw the color line not just as an American phenomenon, but a global one. He described it as the relation of the darker to the lighter races of men in Asia and Africa, in America, and the islands of the sea, and believed that dismantling it was key to a just, democratic future for all. In a sense, one sense, I argue the opposite, though I insist upon a balance. But whatever you do, for the sake of humanity, don't watch the murder video of Irina Zarutska if you've managed to avoid it to this point, unless you're one among the color coders who helped create our soft-on-Afro crime system. Now, I've torn into the whites and will continue to do so. I've, in a sense, never torn into the blacks enough. But there's only... If I can think of the only people who should watch Irina Zarutska dying, even though it's far too late to talk about it because of, I'm only on twice a week, and when we got one episode that's taken off the line, like it was the other day, a few episodes back, it puts me back by a month on discussing these topical subjects. When I think of the only people who should watch Irina Zarutska dying, and I would have gotten to this a long time ago, Twaki groups should see the video released of the Ukrainian refugees' last moments. 2 groups alone. There's precious few people who should ever have watched the video released on Friday into the first weekend of last month, presenting the Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska, slowly dying as she cowered in bewilderment and abject fear on what was effectively the carriage of an all-blacks-only train in Charlotte, North Carolina, after being slashed 3 times in the neck by a violent repeat offender. Certainly not rubberneckers on the internet whose depraved interest only intruded on her family's private grief. And absolutely not her family. For them, it was the worst nightmare they could imagine come alive. A jury will repeatedly have to, and there are 12 other groups who should. The color coders and the mainstream mass media machine. If this horrifying act doesn't finally force them to both to confront the deadly consequences of their support for color coding, then what will? On the 25th day in May of 2020, a Minneapolis police officer subdued a suspected forger by placing his knee on the suspect's neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Said fatal encounter was filmed on location and wildly disseminated. The suspect died as a result of several factors, most contributively the officer's abuse of excessive force. That officer was subsequently arrested, tried, and convicted of murder. All rightly so. By now, virtually every engaged American knows the story of George Floyd. Beyond the specific facts of the incident, history will place far greater emphasis on what transpired after his death. For the George Floyd incident, along with constant broadcasting of that disturbing footage by the mainstream mass media machine, set off a firestorm of riots and protests amidst a national monologue really, about race and policing, betraying the rise of America's rival Afro-Constitution. When Christopher Caldwell wrote his penetrating history of the civil rights movement titled The Age of Entitlement, subtitled America Since the 60s, published in 2021, he probably did not imagine that, only 4 months after the book's appearance, race would become the primary focus of cultural thought, political discourse, and public policy, consuming every major facet of American life, including sports, music, school curricula, police practices, corporate boardrooms, and Congress. The New York Times took the opportunity to double down on its Afrocentric 1619 project. Commendable, but symptomatic in context. Less commendably, Amazon Prime felt compelled to remind my cosmetologist V that Black Lives Matter, as she content surfed for products necessary to my own sustenance in a commercial transaction wherein politics is both socially unwarranted and personally invasive. Corporations rushed to create vaguely defined diversity and inclusion officers, and the contemporary vice presidentress of these United States was then selected not even so much on the basis of her race and sex, rather than any particular virtue or ability, or even the pragmatic need to carry her own home state nation of my golden California, which her ticket failed in that regard, but on the foundational requisite that her Jewish husband would serve as the power behind the throne, should she ever actually win the office of the executive, or inherit it. Secede, sans election, no less. Whatever one's view of this Judeo-Afro regime, its successes to this point have been extraordinary. If one wants to understand the intellectual underpinnings of the hyperreaction, not overreaction, but hyperreaction to Floyd's death, then The Age of Entitlement is essential reading. Caldwell's overarching narrative holds that modern America is governed by trois fundamentally irreconcilable constitutions. The first is the actual Constitution, which I've already torn apart repeatedly, the one that preserves liberty through the structural protections of the separation of powers and federalism, and the rights articulated in its first 10 amendments, which are its primary, indeed its only redeeming feature. The second Constitution, what Caldwell calls the rival Constitution, is a complex web of civil rights statutes, judicial claims, policies and regulations, bureaucracies, and an Afro-cultural attitude of entitlement, upon which this entire power structure has been constructed and organized. This is less an extension of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that ended de jure segregation based on race in public accommodations, and more the hardening of an all-embracing ideology of forced diversity. As Caldwell explains, and here I quote his T, much of what we have called polarization or incivility in recent years is something more grave. It is the disagreement over which of the two constitutions shall prevail. The de jure Constitution of 1788, with all the traditional forms of jurisprudential legitimacy and centuries of American culture behind it, or the de facto Constitution of 1964, which lacks any traditional kind of legitimacy, but commands the mandatory unanimous endorsement of judicial elites and civil educators, and the passionate allegiance of those who received it as a liberation. Now, reading The Age of Entitlement prior to that 25th day in May of 2020, the existential dimension of Caldwell's argument might have seemed alarmist and overwrought. Today, however, it is surely undeniable that the 2020 unrest, ignited by a single instance of police misconduct but inflamed by selective mainstream mass media machine coverage, COVID-19 lockdown boredom, BLM or Black Lives Matter ideologues, the demagogic architect, if you will, of the 1619 Project, and assorted left-wing anarcho-activists, was an outburst of political violence, id est war, in the name of the rival Afro-Constitution. For those who favor the actual Constitution, as I myself do in the sense of templating a reconstitution therefrom, how we arrived at this moment matters, and Caldwell does an exceptional job of guiding us through the relevant milestones of history. Those reviewers who criticized The Age of Entitlement for being short on history missed the point. Caldwell's historical analysis is limited, but that is, I suspect, by design. In modern America, all roads lead to the Civil Rights Act of 1964. So the book primarily focuses on the episodes, attitudes, and motivations that birthed that act, fueled its transformation from equal protection enforcer to racial preferences gatekeeper, and created its contemporary political and legal superstructure. To quote from his writ, the writ of Caldwell, civil rights transformed the country not just constitutionally, but also culturally and demographically. In ways few people anticipated, it proved to be the mightiest instrument of domestic enforcement the country had ever seen. It can fairly be described as the largest undertaking of any kind, his emphasis, not mine, in American history. No serious person today would dispute the need for federal intervention to dismantle the racialized ancient regime of the segregated South. And at the time, most Americans, black and white alike, who did not live in the Jim Crow South, supported the 1964 Act and considered it necessary and just in its aims. They reflexively understood, as Caldwell contends, that, his words, government-sponsored racial inequality was a contradiction of America's constitutional principles and an affront to its Christian ones. Now, in his own famous "I Have a Dream" speech, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. elucidated this contradiction when he appealed to the architects of our republic, who wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nevertheless, using polling data from the 60s, that decade into which I myself was delivered into this world, Caldwell demonstrates that blacks and whites had divergent conceptions of what desegregation and integration entailed. Whites, his words I will quote, saw the race problem as something distant. It had to do only, or mainly, with the exotic culture of the South, where segregation was legal. Non-Southern whites believed racial harmony had arrived long ago, so civil rights legislation needed only to end desegregation as a matter of law. Thus, with the stroke of the presidential pen, Caldwell's words here, a system of racial oppression so intricate and ingenious that it had taken 3.5 centuries to devise could be dismantled overnight by sheer open-minded niceness at no price in rights to anyone. Non-Southern whites were naive and failed to apprehend that, Caldwell's words again here, in exchange for civil rights, they were going to have to surrender certain basic freedoms they had until then taken for granted. Primarily, my words here, the freedom of association. Blacks, on the other hand, understood intuitively that civil rights law was nothing short of regime change, an overthrow of the constitutional republic as we knew it to that point. The Professor Alan David Friedman, a sociologist of race, and to whose ideas the age of entitlement repeatedly returns, explained that in a system of oppression, blacks were the victims and whites were the perpetrators. They see the world differently. To quote us from his work, of the reference source book at hand, victims see racial discrimination as a system of corruption that burdens them in a variety of practical, measurable ways, with lack of jobs, lack of money, lack of housing. They are unlikely to view the system as repaired until those practical burdens are removed. Perpetrators, on the other hand, see an ethical failure on the part of society's leadership and feel society will have done its duty as soon as most people are behaving ethically, speaking out against prejudice, and refraining from acts of overt discrimination. This is from the work by Professor Alan David Friedman, the sociologist. Not the work of Caldwell. Now, it's not difficult to extrapolate the structural or systemic language that we hear so much of today from Friedman's victim-perpetrator paradigm. Within that false construct, Caldwell has proven that, in his own words, the most zealous civil rights activists of all races saw whites as having entered a guilty plea in the court of history, and thus as repudiating the moral posturing on which the good name and the good conscience of their constitutional republic had rested. In the end, the system's view would prove to be more in sync with the regime change that civil rights law precipitated. In 2020, over 55 years after the 1964 Act's passage, it would herald a fundamental reorientation of American society towards something more racialized, identitarian, redistributive, and borderless. And it would demand silence in the face of screams that whites must shut up and fucking listen, man! Literally, physically bend the knee before BLM protesters and pledge allyship to designated groups within an intersectional hierarchy of the oppressed. Now effectively, the oppressors. By 2016, when Caldwell's historical inquiry ends, the list of victims would include women, undifferentiated POC, people of color, save for any and all of us Asians, who are considered something called white adjacent, legal immigrants, illegal immigrants, the mentally ill, drug addicts, the disabled, homosexuals, transgender people, Muslims, the poor, and over and above anyone and everyone else, violent criminals. This non-exhaustive list lift only one group, and a singularly model minority as perpetrators. White, heterosexual, Christian males, who generally deserve it, and every single Asian of Oriental descent in America. Age, faith, gender, and sex orientation be damned. This monolithic villain and his educated technocratic working class Orientalite would serve as the cause of all America's problems, not only with respect to race, but also the distribution of wealth, schools, equal justice, meritocracy, housing, law enforcement, and foreign affairs, framed invariably as capitalist conquests on behalf of racialized imperialism. This monolithic duopoly of the white man and his Yellow Friday, whatever their genitalia, only has crimes for which it must answer, never any achievements worthy of celebration, save for the singular act of 1964. For 12 generations, Americans were exposed to the national victim, perpetrator, ahistorical narrative, or I should say the national ahistorical narrative of victim-perpetrator dynamic, and eventually required to embrace it in accordance with the demands of those who occupy the commanding heights of the culture. Not necessarily the power structure in the legitimate sense, but in the sense of arts and entertainment. It is no wonder, then, that debate would givest way to broken windows. The 2020 riots were not merely the work of aggrieved minority militants. Some of the most wanton acts of property destruction and performative nihilism were executed by young white malcontents pillaging under the banner of social justice. The riots also resurrected a political and pseudo-intellectual project over 30 years in the making that, until the post-Floyd reckoning, had found no serious constituency outside the ivory-towered precincts of academia. In 1989, an obscure legal academic at UCLA's, the University of California at Los Angeles' law school named Kimberly Crenshaw, wrote a law journal article to which she gave the suitably jargonistic title, "Demarginalizing the Intersection of Sex and Race," subtitled "A Black Feminist Critique of Anti-Discrimination Doctrine, Feminist Theory, and Anti-Racist Politics." Crenshaw described how race, sex, class, and other characteristics intersect, and argued that black women, like Crenshaw herself, of course, face discrimination that is neither exclusively racist nor sexist, but a combination of both. The result is multiple layers of manifest injustice to the victim classes. Caldwell, however, offers his own critical study of intersectionality, what he calls a philosophical-sounding term for the political strategy of bundling different minorities into a coalition. Of course, he neglects to add the fact that this excludes all Asians. The dynamic political force of aggrieved minorities, Caldwell's words, could benefit in some way from civil rights law and continue to divvy up the spoils by, Caldwell again, rallying other non-white groups to the cause. Or as one critical commentator put it, intersectionality takest the form of sweeping denunciations of disliked beliefs, concepts, and social institutions, and functions as a normative identification strategy to imbue the characteristics of racism, sexism, white supremacy, and other bigotries onto the oppositional target of the activists' political agitation. Intersectionality is a foundational species of the ethno-constructionist fallacy, loosely termed CRT, critical race theory, its primary foundational falsehood being the maleficent misconception of race as a social construction. The canard that race is not a biological reality, but a social construct, and that racial categories are created and maintained by society. Now, as both a Nazi, an ideological National Socialist, obviously I reject this pseudo, shall we say, this idiotic myth that race does not exist. Asians are impacted genetically by pharmaceuticals that process differently through their inner organs because of a lack of certain enzymes that resulted in, effectively, the brain death of my mother. Misadministered, misprescribed drugs that it turns out Asians should never have been prescribed. Red-headed whites die by the thousands because of anesthetic shock, because it takes double, triple, quadruple the anesthesia to put them down and out that it takes any other race. Race is very real and it impacts you medically. We could go on and on for hours about this, describing purely black diseases like sickle cell anemia, or purely Jewish diseases. They're so morbidly inbred, there are thousands of diseases that afflict only them. Race is real. To deny that is as insane as denying gender differences. Obviously, people have different genitalia. Where I have to educate people is that many are born with a combination of this genitalia, far more than people realize, because no one ever dares to speak thereof, into what is medically diagnosed as a hermaphroditic state. Some people equally male and female, some people born more female than male, and some people born more male than female. It is, there are literally, physically, 5 fucking genders at the least. Again, your ignorance is your undoing. And why does it take a Nazi vampire to let you even know about the reality of your own physiology? Is it because you're a source of food for me that I have to know more than you do? And as the food itself, all you need to do is eat and shit and fuck? Whatever the case may be, you're lost without me, the apex predator among you. Such having been said, take that as a form of species elitism, as opposed to simple racism. And maybe we'll get somewhere. Now, when it comes to the reality of race, and the fact that you can't deny it, we can go further and say that ethno-constructionism, well, let me go back to my academic roots. As exposited via a monograph by the professors Jean Stefancic and Richard Delgado, the chief interpreters of this shibboleth, ethno-constructionist CRT, as embodied in any subversive who puts a particular construction upon a legal document, especially the United States Constitution. Well, ethno-constructionist CRT is a movement and collection of scholars and activists interested in studying and transforming the relationship among race, racism, and power. That's a very detached academic monographs. I'll call it just excised a single sentence from a major monograph by the professors Jan Stefancic and Richard Delgado. So you see, ethno-constructionism stands in opposition to traditional civil rights discourse, which stresses incrementalism and step-by-step progress, favoring instead an approach that questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. Ergo, activists are discontented with liberalism as a framework for addressing America's racial problems. The problem, per their perspective, is that many liberals believe in colorblindness and neutral principles of constitutional law. Their stated objections to the liberal order and neutral constitutional principles reveal the Afro-authoritarian impulse that animates ethno-constructionist ideologues. Ethno-constructionism integrates this illiberal instinct with a totalizing racial reductionism, which holds that, in these United States, racism is ordinary, not aberrational. Blacks and other POCs, people of color, excepting Asians, of course, experience the indignities of racism every day. White supremacy is America's default setting because it serves important purposes, both psychic and material, for the dominant group. Race, meanwhile, is a social construct that is exploited, manipulated, and, where expedient, retired for the benefit of the white power structure. Finally, ethno-constructionism privileges the so-called unique voice of color that grants minorities presumed competence to speak about race and racism in a manner unavailable to their white counterparts. This essentialism, which evolved from feminist standpoint theory, is the reason one cannot recreationally browse a political Twitter thread without somewhere encountering the introductory clause, "as a woman of color." In practice, Afro-supremacists, such as BLM, view America and all its primary socio-political institutions as fundamentally corrupt, immoral, and irredeemable. National redemption is out of the question, but individual indulgences are purchased in post-Floyd America through performative displays of public self-flagellation. A craven police chief takes a knee to satisfy the demands of aggressive BLM activists. I guess I'll call them BLM activists. Mac, like Mac Daddy Pimp, surrounding him. And he takes the knee, like he's gonna suck all their cocks in a blowbang. And a disturbed Twitter user denounces her own whiteness and makes meaningless promises to her followers to do better. Indeed, in March of 2021, a law school dean voluntarily stepped down before anyone had even called for her resignation, after she drew an ill-considered analogy during a faculty meeting. She then checked herself in for re-education, like this was communist China or something, and counseling, like it was the psychiatric state of the old Soviet Union, to uncover more of her own racism while pleading with her law school to appoint her replacement as quickly as possible so that I can step aside as dean even sooner. Now, these spectacles of they're uncomfortable to behold, to say the least, and they have been becoming ever more common. Rather than incidental acts of moral and political cowardice brought about by an ephemeral racial reckoning, these are features of a neo-Bolshevik American order, an Afro regime governed by the civil rights state, ideologically energized by an all-embracing ideology of moral Afro-superiority. The illiberal tenets of ethno-constructionist CRT, ultra-progressive neo-Bolshevik orthodoxy, and statist anti-racist doctrine. The policy implications of the neo-Afro regime are equally revolutionary. President Biden voiced support for a commission to examine reparations for Black Americans, an idea even the doctrinaire communist Bernie Sanders would not endorse, circa 2019. twa COVID-19 relief bills that the Biden administration approved offered taxpayer funds to black and minority farmers and restaurateurs, excluding whites from receiving any aid. This makes a certain sense under the victim-perpetrator paradigm of racial justice, but 3 federal courts thereafter found the policies unconstitutional because the loan forgiveness program is based entirely on the race of the applicant. One can at least find consolation in these judicial decisions. In New York alone, $1 billion was then removed from the NYPD's, the New York Police Department's budget following demands to defund the police. And America's major cities have since been engulfed by a crime wave not seen since the early 1990s, which only expedites Donald Trump's maneuver to occupy American cities under the orders of his handler, Vladimir Putin. While BLM hardliners play into Putin's hands, they also stand ready to revolt should a black man be shot by a police officer, whether or not the use of force is justified under the circumstances. The movement's leaders remained silent about the 100 people shot and 19 killed in Chicago over the 2021 4th of July weekend, almost all of whom were black children, along some nigger men who killed each other in the firefights they so callously perpetrated amongst their kind's own brood. This glaring discrepancy is completely ignored by people who know better. Neither the self-inflicted public shaming nor racialized policies at the highest level of American government would have materialized without decades of elite ratification of the rival Afro-Constitution illuminated by Caldwell. By no means as illuminating or convincing is Caldwell's critique of President Reagan's 8 years in the White House. With all emphasis being Caldwell's own, this includes the claim that, his words, Reaganism shared certain of the counterculture's deepest aspirations. Really? And that the president merely tapped rather than embodied conservatism. Caldwell complains that Reagan changed the country's political mood for a while, but left its structures untouched. According to this view, Reagan did little to dismantle the civil rights and welfare state that defined post-Great Society America, but instead abused debt to permit Americans to live under 2 social orders, 2 constitutional orders, at the same time. Now, the Reagan faithful might have been tempted at the time to dismiss this criticism as part of a new revisionist history on the then rising Russo-radicalized right. As recently as the 2012 presidential primary season, every Republican candidate pledged fidelity to Reagan's philosophy at his eponymous library in Santa Barbara, California. Then the Putinistas promulgated Reagan's early career as a Democrat. Yes, he was a Democrat before becoming a prominent retro-conservative figure, expositing that, if circumstances had been different, Reagan would have followed a liberal path. Thereafter, one only heard retro-conservatives deride zombie Reaganism, tax cuts, and even his ending the Third World conflict, misnomered as the Cold War, as they interregnally sought to move toward a new agenda focused on workers, trade, and regulating big tech prior their Russo-collaborationist radicalization and irredeemable corruption into Trump cultism today. Today, the era of big tech capitulation is contagious. YouTube and other platforms are paying millions of dollars to settle lawsuits brought by the president. And in examining the dangers ahead, I would be remiss if I neglected to credit myself for the fact that a decade ago I warned of extreme techno-personalities seizing political power. From Elon Musk appearing at Tommy Robinson's rally to billion-dollar techno deals being ushered into the United Kingdom amid my warnings that they're handing over control to American imperial companies, there are disturbing aspects to the Silicon Valley Trump whisperers that must not be ignored. Now, let me check some incoming messages before I return. Here we are. Oh my goodness. God, they're attacking the Japanese beer industry. By the way, Japanese drink more beer than anybody else on earth these days, more so than even Germans. And we had some very funny images by our dear friend T. Tank Berry that were entered earlier of Hegseth. And so I definitely want to thank T. Tank Berry for that. If you can hear me, T. Tank Berry, very deeply appreciate that. It's very funny. Matter of fact, let me see what I can do about that right now. And okay. And again, give a haha here. All right, let's get back to work. Now, 6 years ago, long before billions of us started consulting an all-knowing AI chatbot several times a day for everything from holiday ideas to legal advice to psychotherapy, the German-born, Trump-sponsoring Suid-Afrikaner national, South African national and Silicon Valley multi-billionaire Peter Thiel appeared on a U.S. podcast. The host was named Ross Gregory Douthat, Douthat, a retro-conservative thinker concerned that techno-tycoons were beginning to assume a culturally dominant, almost quasi-religious role. He asked Thiel, "You would prefer the human race to endure, right?" Thiel hesitated a full 5 fucking seconds. That's an age in a conversation that's being broadcast. It's dead air. Before saying, I don't know. I would, yes. Thiel's obvious vacillation over whether human beings are even a viable species could reflect philosophical uncertainty about exactly what endure means in this context. But it's more often cited as an amber flag warning that techno-bros, people predominantly men, in fact exclusively so, who in a more innocent age were called computer geeks, are more comfortable with the binary, predictable, controllable, engineering-based certainties of machines than they are with the fleshy, dithering, fickle, capricious, slow-witted creatures most of us actually are. Fjortnit, that's the old in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks ago. The ultimate dithering, fickle, capricious human being, the current president of these United States of America, was feted in London at banquets and flypasts by their king and prime minister. Prominent in Donald Trump's retinue was a group of courtiers from the techno world who joined him at the Ides of September state banquet. Among them were Sam Altman of OpenAI, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Tim Cook of Apple, Demis Hassabis of DeepMind, and Satya Nadella of Microsoft, who, on the morning of the royal banquet, told the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, he was still trying to find out what to wear. You'd think he'd have asked his company's own rather irritating AI assistant, Copilot. This band of techno-bros came as bearing gifts of £31 billion via a techno-prosperity deal, being lauded for securing investment and jobs in AI, quantum computing, and civil nuclear energy, of all things. They must have their reasons. Maybe England's low pay rates for moving into Britannia when industries like pharmaceuticals are all moving out, or perhaps they thought it might play in their favor as they lobby for better tax incentives. Or maybe it was all just to please Donnie Trump, who likes the UK and insists he's a friend of both King Charles and Sir Keir Starmer. The deals on offer, like a giant AI data center in Luton, Essex, are mostly pledges and commitments spanning a number of years, which means the Starmer government will have a strong incentive to tread carefully with Trump for the inevitable years until the shovel hits the sod. For hundreds of generations, men of action, people who do stuff and make things rather than just reign, have buzzed around monarchs and politicians, seeking to influence policy both for their own benefit and for their vision of what is good for society. Priests, soldiers, business people, and industrialists have attended every leader from Henry VIII to Adolf Hitler. However, these people have often been disastrous when actually in power. There are exceptions, such as Mayor Bloomberg in New York, but the rest, from Berlusconi to the Greek colonels to, well, Donald John Trump, remind us that, moan as we do about rule by attorneys, they are rather good at it. Unlike wealthy tycoons, soldiers, religious figures, and so on, the barristers understand and empathize with the frailties and subtleties of people. Most have defended the frailest among us. But there are trois very new and extremely disturbing aspects to the Silicon Valley Trump whisperers and their ever closer relationship with the White House. Firstly, the recent warning from Nick Clegg after stepping down as president of global affairs at Meta, who pointed out that while the sums being discussed sound big, in reality they are really crumbs from the Silicon Valley table. Shit for the birds, the equivalent of a Meta data center in Louisiana. And this is especially concerning for Great Britain when you consider what's really at risk. Speaking on the Today program, Clegg warned that it means nothing if the techno ownership and AI expertise remain in these United States. You see, the Americans are coming to rescue England. The techno ownership and AI experts stay here. You in England, well, it'll be the equivalent of the Taiwanese relocating facilities to manufacture chips in the United States. While the Americans are basically hoping for the Vulcan intervention of the Taiwanese bailing their ass out, you're second down the ladder across the Great Pond. To quoteist Nick Clegg, I just think some sort of perspective needs to be applied to all the hype that comes from the government and the techno companies at times like this, especially when we are never going to compete with China and America on infrastructure. We're never going to develop our own frontier foundation models, the base layer of the AI industry. Secondly, there is real concern over the technology being created, brilliant and life-enhancing as it purportedly be, and how it affects the way we think and view the world. Arguably, the techno-bros could be more influential than any previous power-adjacent elite. Priests once tried to control populations with superstition backed by violence. Global traders became agents of cruel, beyond belief colonialism. Industrialists lent their might to the Judeo-Bolshevik military and genocidal pogroms. Mainstream mass media machine owners unleashed newspapers and broadcasters to promote overwhelmingly rancid political ideas like ethno-constructionalism. But what do teenage children, in their most formative years, use all day long, seeding and shaping the views they will have for the rest of their lives? What else is being fed into scrolling adult brains but algorithm-driven information and viewpoints, many churned out automatically by bots, provided by President Trump's most influential courtiers? It's alarming enough that the young are being inculcated with ideas from all too dodgy sources, then immersed in customized silos where the views, entertainment, and content that appeal to them become the sole material to which they are ever exposed for the remainder of their days. But what should be seen as even more worrying is the ideological leaning of the techno-creators who have built this environment. These techno-giants are overwhelmingly paleo-reactionary. They might not be gun-toting macho men, but those who are embody much of Silicon Valley's libertarian elitism, who are overwhelmingly right-wing. To find one with even moderately progressive views is rare. Yes, Bill Gates is a prodigious philanthropist who does much good in the developing world and became a hate figure for the American public as a result, but he partied with Elon Musk on Epstein Island. Yes, Jack Dorsey, co-founder of Twitter, has given money to progressive causes, supported anti-racism work, and donated to mayors exploring guaranteed basic income or GBI programs. And yes, Tim Cook, although putatively part of the Trump party, is keen to ensure Apple is aligned with human rights, sustainability, and consumer privacy. However, a large tranche of powerful techno leaders is advancing what historians will one day call the Great Benightenment, the darkening of the early 21st century into a millennium of night. A significant financial backer of the recidivists, known as Tommy Robinson, for example, is Robert Shillman, a 79-year-old MIT-trained engineer who made his money in machine vision and sensor systems. No, I hadn't heard of him either until my son Ed Beth and the Blood Boys told me about him. I have been studying the greater spotted nerd since the start of the computer age. And for years I worried that someday, somehow, the techies would shove aside left-leaning, rule of law loving liberals like me and seize all political power. That somehow turned out to be the internet, and the someday arrived about 10 years ago when populism gained momentum worldwide. Circa Annō Dominī 2016 of the Commonal Èræ, the original consumer techno-journalist Jonathan Margolis wrote an article for the Financial Times on his fear of the personal psychology of techno-multibillionaires and how it would make them disastrous players in the world of politics. This was long before Elon Musk began influencing the Oval Office and real-time policies, as well as the political mood. He recounted in his article how his first brush with the extreme personality of techno-entrepreneurs came as when he referred to the late Clive Sinclair, father of the doomed 1985 C5 electric trike and Mensa luminary, as a, well, clever but a bit of a twit. His phone rang the next day. His caller yelled, "Sinclair here!" before unleashing a stream of expletives. He then paused and said, "Anyway, we must have lunch." They never did, but opinionated digital divas with odd to extreme traits have since become the norm. Margolis concluding, and here I quote his T, "Think Steve Jobs, splenetic temper, walking around Palo Alto in bare feet. PayPal founder Thiel, helping to bankrupt a website for outing him as gay. And Elon Musk, believing reality could be a computer simulation created by superior beings. The lords of Silicon are already chafing to reboot public policy. So I fear the next president of the USA could spring from Silicon Valley, promising politics version 2.0, and boy, will it be crashy." 9 years later, we have real-life examples of how techies are now driving the political landscape. This despite them being the last people on Earth equipped to understand that politics is not about imposing change on real humans by tantrum, but about magicking progress out of the public policy's conflicts. Does that make sense to any of you? Magicking progress out of public policy conflict. I spoke of that process of visualization in the preceding episode before tonight. But technologists favor tidy, neat solutions, not the hot mess of democracy. The technology philosopher Evgeny Morozov, in his 2013 book titled To Save Everything, Click Here, coined the term solutionism to describe this belief that tech can solve anything. To quotist Morozov, given Silicon Valley's digital hammers, all problems start looking like nails, and all solutions like apps. It shouldn't be taken too seriously, but some in tech have advocated for diminished reality, wearing smart glasses to blank out and delete displeasing sites, like the homeless and poor housing. While this might have been a joke, there is a serious side to how these techno-titans are shaping our reality every day. One way this is being done is by influencing online discourse. While precise figures about bot activity on United Kingdom social media are scarce, existing research and global trends indicate that AI-driven bots play a significant role in propelling conversation, particularly in political influence and misinformation. I want to dive into this briefly about the United Kingdom because this is where Trump brought his techno-courtiers with him when he went to be seduced by the king, not the other way around. Okay, so our man Brendan says that the parks are already closing. They're already closed. I mean, who's going to prevent people from going inside when all the park rangers are not working, Brendan? They might be closed conceptually, but they're wide open. There's no park rangers to patrol them. They're open, all right. Believe me, if you were to go in there and camp out and poach deer, who's going to arrest you? Your biggest problem is the other psychotics who are camping out and poaching in the park. That's what. That's the only policing you're going to get is gunfire from another idiot. Another madman. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Now, to test bot proliferation during the United Kingdom electoral period, the international NGO, non-governmental organization, Global Witness, investigated 10 bot-like accounts on X, Twitter, and found they posted more than 600,000 times. This is in merry old England, this tiny little island, smaller than fucking, goddamn, give me a state. It's smaller than one of our East Coast states, in the Northeast, no less, which makes it really fucking small. United Kingdom, smaller than U.S. state. Okay, the United Kingdom is smaller than, yes it is. It's smaller than, it's also, which state is compared to the United Kingdom? Somebody help me out here because, as Peter Moon would say, AI is not being cooperative. Now, anyhow, so in terms of the U.S. states that are larger than the United Kingdom, there's at least 11 of them. Alaska, Texas, Montana, New Mexico. There we are. See, so, I mean, California, of course, Michigan. Yeah. Anyhow, so you've got the United Kingdom land area is really fucking small. And that includes Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. All right, okay, all that having been said, here you've got these 10 bot-like accounts being investigated by Global Witness, this non-governmental organization. And on X alone, they posted more than 60,000 times in little old England, sharing 200 to well over 1,000 posts on a daily basis. The watchdog estimated these posts have been seen a staggering 150 million times. Everyone in England has seen these posts. Everyone in England, statistically. In an algorithm-controlled environment, misinformation can easily spread and be reinforced by those holding all the techno levers. And that is before we consider the world of AI and deepfakes, where it becomes harder to discern what is real in a world where truth is increasingly losing its currency, or simply depends on who is delivering the message. The techno industry is already loudly opposing robust regulatory frameworks that could help curb some of this misinformation. This often masquerades as defending free speech, but all their core beliefs directly oppose democratic norms. To understand why Musk addressed Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom rally last weekend, we may need to look at his mother's side of the family. May Musk swung from Democrat supporter to fanatical Trumper, while her Canadian father, Musk's grandfather, who married his wife's daughter, was a fervent supporter of both apartheid and a movement called technocracy, which advocated government by unelected techno-experts. The technocrats wore industrial gray uniforms and saluted each other. They were a paramilitary organization. His grandfather's beliefs at least partly explain why Musk, a consummate technologist and advocate of electric cars, addressed the Robinson Marchers, calling for a dissolution of Parliament and a change of government in the United Kingdom. In other words, an overthrow of the monarchy and the legitimately elected government and its parliamentary system. Musk has directly stated that democracy is broken and has already provided that people would be better living in a technocracy. All of his recent controversial actions presenting a preference for governance models prioritizing efficiency and technological expertise in theory, albeit not in performance. And it all brings us back to bending the knee. If you measure only in dollars and not in dignity, YouTube got a pretty good deal. This week, the Google-owned platform paid $24.5 million to settle a lawsuit brought by President Donald Trump after the company suspended his channel 6 days after the January 6th riot at our Capitol. At the time, YouTube said it was concerned about the ongoing potential for violence. Trump's account was eventually reinstated in March of 2023, when it never should have been reinstated at all. The terms of the settlement will direct $22 million to the Trust for the National Mall, a nonprofit group that is raising money to finance an addition to the White House. You know, his ever-expanding ballroom. Most creators are lucky if they get a gold plaque from YouTube. Trump's getting a new ballroom. This is just the latest example of major techno companies bowing to Trump. Earlier this year, Meta and X settled similar lawsuits with Trump over suspending his accounts, paying $25 million and $10 million respectively. These three companies alone have collectively paid Trump and his associates $59.5 million for the sin of enforcing the rules of their own privately held companies. There's also Amazon, which made a reported $40 million deal with Melania Trump on a documentary project, plus personnel donations to Trump from various techno CEOs, including Apple's Tim Cook, who gave $1 million to his inaugural fund. All of this amounts to a rounding error for the techno giants. Averaged out, YouTube made more than $107 million from ad revenue every single day last quarter. But these are still acts of profound obsequiousness and corporate cowardice. There are any number of reasons they may have chosen to pay up. Perhaps the technolite have become genuinely red-pilled, fear regulation, or don't want to lose out on government contracts. They have good reason to worry about personal retribution. Yesteryear, Trump accused Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg of plotting against him in the 2020 presidential election and said that he would spend the rest of his life in prison if he did so again. But in any case, by settling with Trump over these suspensions, the companies are effectively arguing that their content moderation decisions following the insurrection were wrong. They are also arguing, in effect, that the government has the right to tell business owners what they can and cannot allow on their own platforms, a weak stance generally, and a weak stance on free speech specifically. This is embarrassing for them, but they get something out of it too. By settling, the companies can pivot toward dispensing with the work of moderation altogether. The decision to suspend Trump can serve for them as a cautionary tale of what happens when the platforms are made to make difficult editorial decisions. They're given an excuse to take a lighter touch. They double down on the idea that they aren't truly publishers, which reinforces their long-standing arguments that the owners of social platforms should not be held liable for what happens on the sites they run. And they attempt to do so with a straight face, even as they tune their algorithms to alter what content users even see. This is precisely what Meta, X, and now YouTube appear to be doing. In January, Zuckerberg announced a plan to return to our roots around free expression by replacing Facebook and Instagram fact-checkers with a system of community notes. Under Musk, X has turned into a white supremacist-friendly free-for-all of AI slop, neo-Nazi propaganda, and auto-playing murder videos. Community notes have been useful in some cases, but they're not exactly consistent or fully adequate. Last week, Alphabet, YouTube's parent company, said it would reinstate the accounts of creators banned for spreading election denial content and misinformation about COVID. In a recent statement to Congress about the decision, the company wrote, YouTube values conservative voices on its platform and recognizes that these creators have extensive reach and play an important role in civic discourse. The New York Times recently reported that the platform would loosen rules around content, provided the videos are considered to be in the public interest. Multiple things are happening here. The first is that demonstrably false beliefs that were once considered fringe or outrageous are now ideological pillars of the current misadministration. The 2020 presidential election was stolen. Vaccines are very dangerous according to this creed. Trump's, not mine. January 6th was a civil gathering of patriots. Again, the Trump cultic narrative. This has led many authority figures in Silicon Valley, who were quite vocal at the time about the need to combat disinformation, to feel sheepish about difficult but quite rational decisions made during the pandemic and the aftermath of the 2020 election, a time of mass death, followed by a crisis in which the peaceful transfer of power was horrifically disrupted. The second is that the big techno platforms have, for years, begrudgingly agonized over content moderation decisions. Facebook, as I spraketh about in January, is the prime example of this posture. The history of the company is of Zuckerberg making reactive, often totally contradictory decisions about what's allowed. Facebook once claimed to be a neutral platform, only to get dragged in front of Congress, where it pledged to secure elections. For the better part of the 2010s, the teens decade of this century, Twitter struggled to balance a desire for free speech maximalism with scattershot attempts to quell harassment on the platform. Despite, and partly because of, its staggering size and reach, YouTube has been drawn into far fewer moderation controversies. But many of its largest moderation decisions, like its decision to take down thousands of bizarre child exploitation videos circa 2017, which I myself was a part of making that happen, for anybody who remembers all that Team Dietrich did, have otherwise been reactive, coming after inquiries from news organizations. To better understand the extent of the messaging shift from these technology companies, we could call them to be kind, it is worth revisiting their reactions after January 6th. Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai wrote in a note to employees just after the riots that the lawlessness and violence occurring on Capitol Hill today is the antithesis of democracy, and we strongly condemn it. 4 years later, Pichai stood on a dais to watch Trump take the oath of office. Testifying before Congress in March of 2021, Zuckerberg argued that Facebook did its part to secure the integrity of our election. And then, referencing when the president told his supporters, "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore," and urged them to head to the Capitol building, where lawmakers were certifying the results, Zuck qualified, "President Trump gave a speech. I believe that the former president should be responsible for his words, and the people who broke the law should be responsible for their actions." Zuckerberg also attended Trump's 2024 inauguration. Musk didn't own Twitter in 2021, but in a blog post at the time, the company called the insurrection horrific. And it was unequivocal in its justification for banning Trump, noting that his posts were likely to inspire others to replicate the violent acts that took place on January 6th of 2021, and that there are multiple indicators that they are being received and understood as encouragement to do so. You might notice that these statements and justifications are unusually clear and direct for techno companies and their executives. They aren't full of vague bromides about community or civic discourse. They reflect the gravity of the moment they are describing. A violent mob smashing windows, assaulting and killing police officers in the line of duty, and breaking into the Capitol building of our empire to attempt to overturn the legal results of our presidential election. Twitter's statement, a dispatch from a company that no longer exists, is perhaps the most revealing in that it connects actions on the platform to real-world harm. By settling their lawsuits with Trump, the companies are insinuating that these statements and corresponding enforcements were part of some kind of collective hysteria. In reality, they were precisely the opposite. A rare moment of clarity, a realization that their actions and inactions have consequences for their users and the world. The job of content moderation at Facebook, YouTube, or even X scale is extremely difficult, bordering on impossible. It requires a level of monitoring that only finicky and error-prone automated systems can handle. It must take place on a global scale and require immense resources. Even then, the systems and people working inside them will make honest mistakes. Most important, it means having to come up with a set of rigid ideological principles and rules and enforce them consistently, making difficult calls on nuanced edge cases involving high-stakes actors and events. It's grinding work that can require exposing low-paid moderators to the absolute worst of humanity. Sometimes there is no clear right answer on any given ruling. None of this is easy or fun, but it is the work of governance, of responsibility. It is what the money is for, and it comes with the territory of the heady mission statements that techno companies embrace. Organizing the world's information, or connecting the world, or becoming the global town square, the Torg. It's precisely the work these companies would rather not have to do at all. In her best-selling memoir this year, the former Facebook employee Sarah Wynne Williams wrote of the company's executives that the more power that they grasp, the less responsible they become. These words are also as good an epigraph for the Trump era as any. Rereading them in light of big tech's full capitulation to the current misadministration make it clear that, while these about-faces are politically convenient, they reflect a broader harmony between the techno platforms and the MAGA movement. So much of Trump's core appeal to his supporters is that he offers permission to behave in his own image, in the image of Baal, to live shamelessly, but also to enjoy a life of impunity and operate without having to realize that one's actions have broader consequences for others. It is, in other words, an invitation to simultaneously grow more powerful and less responsible, which will bring us, inevitably, back to America's blacks. Big Tech's MAGA pivot is cynical, cowardly, and self-serving. It is also a perfect match. Earlier this year, Durham University researchers speculated on such questions from a psychoanalytic perspective in their scholarly article titled Founder as Victim, Founder as God, focusing on Musk and Thiel. The academics proved that techno-entrepreneurs like them see themselves both as heroic, visionary founders striving to save society and as persecuted victims under threat from the status quo they are trying to overcome. I genuinely fear that the power-seeking computer geeks of 20 or 30 years from now will be so dangerously powerful that they will make silly old Donald Trump look, in retrospect, like a beloved old stuffed toy. Regardless of all the aforesaid, Christopher Caldwell, the aforecited author of The Age of Entitlement, places too much power in the executive branch as it was. While castigating Reagan for not doing more to slow the growth of Pell Grants is one thing, he elides the caveat that any president, between the degenerate exceptions of FDR and Donald Trump, that is, was constrained by 12 other branches of government. Reagan governed with a Democratic majority in the House, which had neither the political appetite nor the ideological commitment to take on the civil rights and entitlement machine that Caldwell describes. Similarly, the federal courts were populated by judges reared in the robust injunctive mechanisms of the 1964 Act. During that era, judicial incentives, the legal academy, and the establishment rewarded more judicial forays into the political process, not fewer. Prudence, that Burkean virtue of statesmanship, generally compels serious men to emphasize what can be practically accomplished rather than pursuit of ideological maximalism. Caldwell also ignores the coherent race-neutral jurisprudence of Reagan's Attorney General Edwin Meese and his top civil rights attorney William Bradford Reynolds, Reynolds, who served as the Justice Department's Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division for the entirety of the Reagan presidency, worked tirelessly, if not always successfully, to rein in the civil rights apparatus that Caldwell indicts. Reagan hired Reynolds consistent with his promise to appoint officials who would carry out his policies of non-discrimination. As chief of the Civil Rights Division, Reynolds pledged to dedicate his office to the principled path of color blindness, where the right to be free from government-imposed discrimination, no matter how benign the motive, inheres in all individuals. His philosophical commitments were manifest. To quote his T, "If history taught us any lesson at all, it is that the use of race to justify treating individuals differently, whether they be black or white, can never be legitimate. Regrettably, we have too often disregarded that admonition, always with predictably dire consequences." Under the Meese-Reynolds approach, the Justice Department sought to severely limit the abuse of counterproductive school busing and racial preferences generally. Reynolds reoriented the Civil Rights Division to challenge what he called the remedies of overreaction, and to employ the 1964 Act to ensure racial quotas in the workforce and the schoolroom all ended. One would be hard-pressed to find any daylight between Reynolds' position and Caldwell's in this respect. Given Caldwell's erudition, range, and body of work, it is unlikely that this omission of directly relevant historical material was an oversight. The safer assumption is that the Reagan project to curtail the civil rights state undercuts the thrust of Caldwell's primary critique. Ignoring unhelpful facts is an understandable impulse, but in a survey of the modern civil rights movement, the reviewer is owed this history. Reviving the legacy of William Bradford Reynolds is for another day. The larger and more urgent matter, the rival Afro-Constitution's seemingly unstoppable conquest of American institutions, requires attention now. The Age of Entitlement vindicates the observation by Angelo M. Cordevilla, Caldwell's colleague at the Claremont Institute, that, in the name of opposing discrimination, the 1964 Act became the little law that ate the Constitution. Under the rival Afro-Constitution, American elites in the post-Floyd movement have never welded a greater sense of power to impose their doctrines of contra-race and social justice subversion, counter-policing and criminal injustice, and economic redistribution that prioritizes an intersectional new order of the underserving and the undeserving. The grand American pluralistic experiment has endured because it ensures that diverse peoples embrace the unifying and, at the time, radical idea announced in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. Contrary to the contemporary platitude that only black lives matter, it is not Afro-culturalism that is our strength, but diversity as parametered within the American creed, animated by the Declaration's equality principle and our Constitution's guarantee thereof. In his monumental work titled An American Dilemma, subtitled The Negro Problem, yeah, I love that, and Modern Democracy, Volume 1, Black and African American Studies in parentheses there, first edition, 1996. Imagine a 1996 book with that title, The Negro Problem. That's because it's a Swedish book. It's translated therefrom. The Swedish socio-economist Gunnar Myrdal observed within his work, Americans of all national origins, class, regions, creeds, and colors have something in common. A social ethos, a political creed. It is difficult to avoid the judgment that this American creed is the cement in the structure of this great and disparate nation. I can't do a Swedish accent. I try. I never get it right. Anyhow, a new racialist Afro regime, the new racialist Afro regime, takes a jackhammer to that cement, rejecting the unifying principles of the American legal, political, and economic order. This arrangement cannot continue indefinitely. It is only in such context that, in a desperate rearguard purging of Afrofiltration, hear my term there, Afrofiltration, it's not a filtration by blacks, but an infiltration of Afro supremacy, that the FBI has fired agents photographed kneeling during a 2020 racial justice protest. And I enter that link into our chat, and I will enter it into our text, if I can find the text. So give me a second to locate that. And there we are. Okay, now, when you take a look at that, understand that at that moment, the federal agents in question demonstrably swore their allegiance to the Constitution of New African Occupational Governance. So much for treating the symptoms. Ultimately, Caldwell is light on solutions, or serious trade-offs, short of repealing the 1964 Act, which he knows will not happen. But the act of the book titled The Age of Entitlement, its value lies in its diagnoses of the problem. Concerned Americans can no longer afford denial. As they say in 12-step programs, acknowledging the problem is the first step toward recovery. With every unpunished riot, ethno-constructionist curriculum victory, repressed opinion, abolished standardized test, elected ultra-progressive neo-Bolshevik prosecutor, permissive criminal justice reform, dark woke army general, and discriminatory democratic administration policy, the new Afro regime fortifies its imposition on us all. With only 13% of the population uplifted into opportunity. What large or small event will trigger the constitutional crisis to come is anyone's guess. But this much is plain. When that great constitutional conflict arises, the actual Constitution and the colorblind principles it encompasses must be reformatted under amendment of the Nuremberg race laws. Because colorblindness is not the alternative. Even if you don't see the race will see you. I think this would be a wonderful opportunity to pause for a moment to give many thanks to the great contributions of the Black community and how their culture has enriched our society. Their peaceful and generous nature makes them ideal neighbors, lending testimony to their exceptional family values and parental skills, unrivaled by any other culture. Their commitment to academic excellence enriches our schools and serves as an example to all those that hope to achieve their fondest dreams and aspirations. Property and home values rise significantly by the influx of African Americans into any area due to their caring and respectful nurturing, their nurturing of these communities, as exemplified by the way they have helped clean up and rejuvenate all the inner cities they reside in. Their presence alone leads to a dramatic decrease in the overall crime rate in the community. Without their industrious nature and their industries at all, and creative drive, we would be poorer as an empire. For years, they have both looked away, excused, or even celebrated policies that empower predators and silence victims. The result has been all too predictable. More grieving families, more stolen lives, and entire communities forced to live in fear. Even worse, color code politicians and mainstream mass media machine journalists pretend this tragedy that started this lecture, and the countless others like it, don't even exist. They ignore the victims, downplay the crimes, and allow these failings to fester generation after generation. So why did this particular crime cut through the daily background noise of American violence? On the 22nd day in August, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee named Irina Zarudzka was stabbed to death by an African-American man on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina, as she returned from work. Pointed thing there. She worked. Irina Zarudzka was a refugee from Ukraine who fled the country after the Russians invaded for the mythical safety and security in these United States. But that thought process was illusory from the start, because our putative judges and leaders have made this anti-culture infinitely less safe for no goddamn good reason. The known domestic terrorist is DeCarlos Brown Jr. He has a rap sheet that includes several counts of federal larceny, robbery with a dangerous weapon, sexually assaulting his own sister, trespassing, and calling 911 from a hospital, among literally so many scores of other crimes that his biography would be a tour de force for the gratuitous sadist. So the question is, how was this black son of a bitch not already on death row? The answer, of course, is that he was continually arrested only to be put back on the street, despite being a clear danger to others on the basis of BCP. Fuck BLM. BCP. Black color privilege. All you gotta do is be born black, and you can literally get away with murder. And her murder is all on video. Yet Zarudzka's murder didn't make national headlines. Not immediately. For over a fortnight, in the olden English fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks, the story languished in obscurity, barely touched by any of the major mainstream mass media machine outlets such as CNN, The Washington Post, or The New York Times. The incident was finally captured on CCTV, Communist Chinese television, and produced outrage from many neo-reactionary commentators when it circulated online, but an oddly muted response from much of the mainstream mass media machine itself. It was paleo-reactionary voices on X. Figures such as White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller, the X-owner Elon Musk, and the late Charlie Kirk, who amplified the tragedy, forcing the legacy mainstream mass media machine to take notice. Fittingly, Kirk, the 31-year-old founder of TPUSA, TPUSA, or Turning Point USA, was put down himself on September 10th. September 11th Eve Day, shot in the neck while speaking at Utah Valley University during his American comeback tour. 11 days after the murder, CNN's Abby Phillip made the following observation during a panel discussion about the crime, remarking, "People are murdered every single day in every city in America, and every single one of those murders is terrible and a tragedy. But this particular one, I'm trying to understand why this has become such a flashpoint on the right." Her implied questions, are worth addressing, since they suggest bad faith or an ulterior motive on the part of those outraged by this savage and senseless attack. Why did this particular killing cut through the daily background noise of American violence? And why did it elicit such a powerful reaction from the political right? The answers lie in three interrelated concerns. One, the inconsistency with which victims and offenders of different races are treated by the mainstream mass media machine. Two, the problem of urban disorder and impunity. And three, the characteristics of the victim herself. Let's address identitarian media bias. People are murdered every single day in America, but not every murder is treated as newsworthy. Some are amplified into morality plays about systemic racism, while others are dismissed as isolated tragedies. And this discrepancy generally follows an identitarian script dictated by a perverted Judeo-Bolshevik view of social justice. When George Floyd died under the knee of a white police officer in 2020, his face appeared on murals from Berlin to Nairobi. Breonna Taylor and Michael Brown also became household names following their deaths at the hands of American law enforcement. But Tony Timpa and Daniel Shaver, both of whom were white victims of lethal police force, remain entirely unknown in the public imagination. The difference is not the brutality of the incidents, but the racial frame within which they are reported. These impressions are borne out by data. In a 2023 report for the Manhattan Institute, Zach Goldberg found that the median unarmed black victim of a fatal police shooting receives over 21 times more news articles than any median white victim, an imbalance that likely distorts public perceptions of police violence. A 2022 analysis by the Washington Free Beacon also found that before May of 2020, papers were roughly twice as likely to mention the race of a white, 13% of stories, versus a black perpetrator at 7%. After May of 2020, the numbers were 28% white, perpetrator, blasted all over America, and only 4% black, a ratio of 7-1, in which blacks were given the black pass. In other words, there is a pronounced tendency to suppress any and all information about black crime. Seriously. And this racialized double standard is all too obvious to millions of Americans who are victims of the nigger wave. The Zorutska case struck a nerve because it inverted the usual script. A young white female refugee was brutally slain by a black man with an extensive career criminal record on video, and yet the story barely registered in the pages of the legacy press or in the headlines of mainstream mass media machine broadcasters until it exploded on X. And when the story finally did appear in the New York Times, I could not resist that, its reporters were not at all concerned, being kikes, you see, with the circumstances of the murder itself, because this wasn't some Russian Jewess, but instead they were all infatuated with how this atrocity had ignited a firestorm on the political right. During the CNN discussion segment broadcast on the 8th day in September, Abby Phillip played a video clip of the paleo-reactionary provocateur Charlie Kirk, who was taken out just 2 days later, making the following statement. If a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptically huge national story, used to impose national sweeping political changes on the whole country. Without pausing to consider whether or not what Kirk said was true, Philip dismissed his statement as a cynical attempt to turn Jarutzka's violent death into a reciprocal George Floyd situation. But his life mattered because he's chocolate fucking black. Because he's so black, he's almost blue, like a lump of coal, and therefore ignitable. This brings us to urban disorder and impunity in the post-Floyd era. We can call it, well, the nigger right to rape, or do anything they fucking want, because, you know, they've suffered so fucking much and have all that intergenerational trauma all pent up that needs to be released in a nut or a knockout. The Zarutzka assassination also fits a depressingly familiar pattern of PUV, preventable urban violence, particularly after the death of George Floyd and the ensuing BLM, or Black Lives Matters protests, which by its very name automatically implies that other lives do not. The fiery, but mostly peaceful, riots that engulfed American cities in the summer of 2020 left an extremely destructive political legacy. Demoralized police departments, slashed budgets, the election of prosecutors who de-emphasized basic law enforcement, and a broader climate of black impunity. The results, well, they became immediately apparent. A historic spike in crime, including homicide, shoplifting, and menacing behavior on public transportation. Even as crime rates have begun to decline from their 2020 to 2021 COVID peak, low-level disorder persists. Open drug abuse, fare evasion. You might laugh while I say that, you won't laugh in a minute. And a pervasive sense that the authorities have lost control of public spaces. And the Charlotte video, well, it captured that climate in miniature. As Kate Rosenfield has argued, we have fallen for the misguided idea that compassion and permissiveness are one and the same. In practice, the taboo against insisting on order and decency has meant abandoning shared spaces, trains, platforms, and sidewalks, to the most disturbed and dangerous people among us. Meanwhile, the saga of the 2008 lawsuit against Lisa Torti for paralyzing Alexandra Van Horn while trying to rescue her from a burning car, as pulling her from the car did not qualify as medical care under the Good Samaritan law at the time, resulting in Torti being held liable for the injuries, has taught, well, it's taught bystanders a cruel lesson. If you intervene, you will be punished. So the safest course is to do nothing. In Lisa Torti's case of 2008, the incident was that after a car accident in 2004, Torti pulled her injured friend, Alexandra Van Horn, from the vehicle, believing it was going to catch fire. It brings us to the injury. Van Horn suffered several, severe spinal injuries, leading to paraplegia, which she claimed was caused by Torti's rescue attempt. And the legal outcome was that Van Horn sued Torti. I mean, her very name means lawsuit, as in tort. A tort is a lawsuit. At that time, California's Good Samaritan law only provided protection for those rendering medical care. Because pulling someone from a vehicle was not considered medical care, the law did not apply. So the court ruled in favor of Van Horn, holding Torty liable for the injuries. This brings us to Brendan Zogan, if he can come on at all. He's sending me some messages here. And some GIFs. Can you come on and tell us about the Good Samaritan law? Because it won't allow us to pull people from burning cars, but it allows us to purchase children off the streets. So maybe Brendan can come on and help clarify this about the Good Sam law. Because it retroactively justifies my purchase of the young girl who ultimately became my son. But Brendan, if you can step on for a second and clarify that, or if you don't want to, up to you. And let's see if he responds. Everybody's afraid to come on now. All right, so back to the task at hand. When we can get him on again, he can go into the convoluted nature of the Good Sam law. But when it comes back to the Good Samaritan learning to stand by and do nothing, well, earlier this century, a broken window strategy of attending to small offenses, visible police patrols, and meaningful consequences for repeat violent offenders produced a generational decline in criminality. Unfortunately, all those guardrails have since been loosened or completely dismantled. According to the local transit authority, the man who visibly slaughtered Irina Zalutska boarded his train without paying a fare, a minor offense, the prevention of which would have saved her life. More broadly, America has shuttered its psychiatric capacity without building a robust, mandated treatment pathways as a, shall we say, internet highway of the mind to hospitalization, because it has stigmatized mass incarceration without guarding against chronic recidivism by violent offenders. The result is a revolving door in which untreated, high-risk offenders cycle through brief periods of detention and unenforced parole until, inevitably, someone pays the ultimate price. We all pay the price, but some of us pay more. The Charlotte case fits this mold. The domestic terrorist, DeCarlos Brown Jr., had a lengthy record of violent criminality and serious mental health issues. In any properly functioning system, he would not have been at liberty to menace strangers on public transit, and indeed should have been put to death for earlier atrocities. Instead, like so many other violent recidivists with untreated mental illness, he remained at large until he arbitrarily chose to attack a young woman on her way home from work solely on the basis of her race. For many Americans, Irina Zalutska's death symbolizes the consequences of this ideology-first approach to criminal justice. Ordinary, law-abiding people bear the cost of policies that prioritize leniency over safety. In the words of Kyle Kirby, the Republican chairman of the Charlotte area, she died because of our complacency. And this brings us to the victim herself. Finally, the senseless crime resonated because of whom Irina Zalutska was. She was neither a career criminal nor a drug dealer, nor any other kind of lawbreaker participating in any dangerous lifestyle whatsoever. She was a young woman who had fled war, found work in America, and was heading home from her shift when she was stabbed 3 times by a stranger for no reason. Compare her to the individuals elevated into icons of sainthood by the social justice movement. George Floyd had a long criminal history for which he had served several jail terms. Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was a drug dealer. The police had broken into the house, well, the wrong house, it turns out, in order to take down a drug dealer. They had every right to shoot at him because he had pulled out a firearm. They shot Breonna because they're fucked. Michael Brown assaulted a store clerk minutes before his final fatal encounter with a police officer. Yet their deaths, as tragic as our mass media propaganda machine makes them out to be, were transfigured into myths of oppression and sainthood because you get issued that ticket at birth just for being born black. Unlike a single one of the aforecited blacks who earned their deaths by the lives they chose to live. And I myself can say that, as I was raised in conditions far worse than they ever were. And yes, that includes Breonna Taylor by her decision, her choice to associate with a drug dealer, who, by the way, had broken his parole and was eminently arrestable. Zarutzka, on the other hand, embodied the sort of immigrant success story Americans are supposed to celebrate. She was hopeful and industrious, and her grotesque murder was entirely unprovoked. That is why her story elicited sympathy and outrage, albeit only on the right, and why it was met with the icy indifference of contempt from the totality of ultra-progressives. The neo-Bolsheviki, mayors of Charlotte, could muster not an iota of compassion for Zarutzka, even as she lavished it upon Zarutzka's assailant. While much of the mainstream mass media machine behaved as if there was something untoward or suspicious about retro-conservative outrage. The contrast is telling. Black victims are sacralized, while all others are treated with indifference. The line is drawn not by compassion, but by ideology. Now, when people approach myself about the potential for fairness and care, just checking into some of my incoming messages here, and definitely agree with what our man is saying. Okay, we'll get back to that when he can talk. At bottom, Abby Phillips's remarks about the murder of Irina Zarutzka expose a deeper cultural divide. Social psychologist Jonathan Haidt's moral foundations theory holds that retro-conservatives place a strong emphasis on fairness and proportionality, punishing cheaters, rewarding those who play by the rules, and protecting the innocent from predators. The neo-Bolshevized ultra-progressives, on the other hand, place greater emphasis on care and liberation, but struggle with proportionality, especially when it cuts against their preferred identity-based narratives. So in the ultra-progressive neo-Bolshevik anti-moral matrix, the murder of George Floyd becomes evidence of systemic oppression, while the ritualized sacrifice of Irina Zalrutska is just another crime or an opportunity to feel compassion for her black killer. In the retro-conservative matrix, it is the reverse. A hard-working immigrant murdered by a diagnosed psychotic repeat offender is a paradigmatic symbol of unfairness and a profound violation of proportionality. To ignore that fact is itself immoral. But as Eric Kaufman has argued in his book titled The Third Awakening, subtitled A 12-Point Plan for Rolling Back Ultra-Progressive Extremism, published yesteryear in 2024, the ultra-progressive politics of neo-Bolshevism has sacralized certain identities, turning them into quasi-religious objects of reverence. When a member of a sacralized group is harmed, the response is ritualized mass grief and protest, mass ritualized bending of all our knees. Every knee must bow! When a member of a non-sacralized group is harmed by a member of the sacred group, the holy nigger, silence is prudent. Abby Phillip was right about one thing. People are being killed every day in America. But she was quite wrong to suggest that the retro-conservative reaction to Irina Zalrutska's murder was either sinister or opportunistic. The outrage is not about turning Zalrutska into a reciprocal George Floyd by which the ultra-progressive taketh their lens from which to view the world. It is about demanding that her life be acknowledged as worth mourning. That it's not only the charcoal black lives that fucking matter. And that her death was worth preventing. And that her story will always be worth telling. Something almost every nigger alive would do everything to stop. Yet this case was originally not covered at all by most legacy mainstream mass media machine outlets, despite being a top trending story on social media sites such as X. But when it got too big to ignore, what all of us read and heard out of networks such as Axios and CNN was, and there'd be no other word to describe it, despicable. Here's an actual Axios headline on Monday opening the first full work week of Yestermenses last month. The gruesome video of the fatal knife attack on Irina Zalrutska on a light rail car in Charlotte is drawing attention from MAGA-fluencers seeking to elevate the issue of VUC, or violent urban crime, and accuse mainstream media of undercovering shocking cases. Wait, what? The fuck? The fatal knife attack is only drawing attention from MAGA-fluencers? It's creating, per Axios' clear implication, a perception that VUC, violent urban crime, being no aught but an obscuration of black terrorism as a way of life, is somehow exaggerated? Let's look at the numbers where this latest murder took place in Charlotte, or at least the latest murder of note. I'm sure there's been hundreds since then. In 2018, according to the Charlotte Police Department, there were 57 murders recorded. In 2024, that number nearly doubled to 110. Are MAGA-fluencers therefore wrong in elevating the issue of violent crime in Charlotte and other major cities? Thankfully, the Axios story was eviscerated online for its blatant bias and dishonesty. But it didn't stop there. CNN's Brian Patrick Stelter, who piously lectured earlier last month that race had absolutely, positively nothing to do with Zalrutska's execution. On Monday, opening the first full work week of Yestermenses, Stelter said, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, Most murders in the United States never become national news. This one's got our attention for a couple of reasons. Number one, first and foremost, the recent release of that gruesome video. Second, the energy from pro-Trump activists. They picked up on this video from local news and ran with it. In this case, it is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media, really over the weekend. Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, and other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans, because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X Today, it's eye-popping. Stelter never mentioned that the known killer literally boasted, "I got the white woman," after stabbing her to death. Race absolutely played a factor here. But Stelter is especially accomplished at the bias of omission to push false narratives. He didn't disappoint here. The very title of my program is Critical Omissions. Nor did the American political analyst disappoint myself, that media personality, lawyer, 3-time New York Times best-selling author, and civil rights advocate, CNN host and contributor Anthony Capel Van Jones, who believes Charlie Kirk offered him a powerful message about debating and managing political differences. Look at this shit. Come on, I fucking dare you. I'm putting this link into the chat room right now. And yes, I've lost most of my audience for telling the truth that so many of them never want to hear. This here is a house nigger. And this house nigger said Charlie Kirk taught him about debating and managing political differences. We can see where that got Charlie Kirk. If Nigger Boy here says he learned everything he knows from Charlie Kirk, that tells you where the black community is right now. This guy is their idea of Mahatma fucking Gandhi. This is the Black Gandhi of the United States. And before blaming the still suspiring Charlie Kirk for assigning a motive to the murder based on race on Monday night of the first full work week of last month, the Emmy Award-winning CNN host and contributor Van Jones said, "We don't know why this man did what he did. But when the known murderer literally invokes race after committing the act, as was the case here, it's only common sense to assign that very motive." That very same night, Trump said, "I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. She's just sitting there. It's on tape. It's not really watchable because it's so horrible. Just viciously stabbed. They're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country." Now understand everything I've already articulated about this mind-controlled black son of a bitch killing a Ukrainian, not trailing some rich Russian Jewess, but killing a hard-working Ukrainian so that this motherfucker could say that and send his armies in. This was conspired. To repeat what Trump said, they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country. So as much as you might hate myself as a neo-Nazi, That's the man you've got to worry about. The effort by the mainstream mass media machine in their coverage of the Charlotte murder is part of a larger effort to, well, in a sense, attack Trump on his tough-on-crime policy. We've seen it for weeks, starting with Trump's decision to send in the National Guard to Washington State, resulting in a steep drop in anarcho-crime, because it was overrun by the Freelandia movement of a bunch of crazy white people who said, just give me everything for free, I don't want to work. He wants to send the National Guard into Chicago next, but Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Democrat from Illinois, is resisting at every turn in offering zero cooperation while claiming that Chicago has become a much safer city. But on cue, over Labor Day weekend alone, 54 people were shot in Chicago. 9 were killed. The weekend thereafter, and this was all last month, just yesterday, 19 people were shot and 7 were killed. In the first full weekend of September. Yet Pritzker, because he really wants to be president, continues to deny Trump's offer to help simply to play the role of resistance hero in an effort to boost poll numbers with Judeo-progressive Democrats. Speaking of ultra-progressive Democrats, the neo-Bolsheviki representativist Yasmin Crockett, Democrat of Texas, weighed in to share what the role of law enforcement is really about. And if you thought stupidity is a handicap in politics, think again. On a podcast, ironically called Grounded, she said, I want to be clear that, like, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime, you know? Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily to prevent them from happening per se. Okay, so by this anti-logic, if police raid the home of a possible mass shooter before he carries out such an attack, they're not doing their job? Or if a highway patrol officer pulls over a drunk driver before he or she kills someone, that's also not part of the job? Back to the Charlotte murder. According to police records, the killer, Brown, once told officers after being arrested that he believed that he was given some kind of material that controlled what he ate. His words. When officers told Brown they couldn't help him with this fabricated condition, a judge simply released him without bail. Overall, Brown had been arrested in the same county over 14 times, including for excessively violent crimes, yet was continually released back into the public because he's got the nigger skin card. Now, from 2017 until earlier this year, North Carolina was run by Democratic Governor Roy Cooper, who plans to run for Senate in 2026. And just as it is with Governors Gavin Newsom, the Democrat from California, and Pritzker, it will be interesting to hear how he's going to defend himself on his record when it comes to what appears to be an unofficial catch-and-release policy in the Tar Heel state. A recent Ipsos poll shows that then-President Joe Biden was 26 points underwater in August of 2024 on how voters viewed his handling of crime. Trump has surged on that issue alone, if nothing else, following the National Guard deployment to Washington State, with the majority of people now approving of his tactics in that regard. Once again, Democrats and their allies in the mainstream mass media machine are on the wrong side of a major issue. These tragedies, no, atrocities, are the inevitable result of color code policies that put the rights, as in civil rights, of criminals over the safety of the innocent. And they have taken a terrible toll, not just on strangers, but on my own life. Unsecured bail reform means they can walk free without posting a dime. Where is the accountability? Witnesses risk their lives to put violent offenders behind bars. only for judges to turn them loose again. Officers rearrest the same predators and the cycle repeats until someone innocent pays the ultimate price, like Irina. This isn't about right and wrong, it's about race. Ethno-predators belong not behind bars, but beneath the sod. Every time they're released, another victim is created. As a victim advocate myself, I once worked with a rape victim who came here illegally, believing America would give her a better life. Instead, she was brutalized by a pair of gang members, both minors at the time, a pair of little nigglets. She only survived by the grace of God. They nearly killed her. And afterward, one of them sought out her 3-year-old daughter, and attempted a physical rape. Her attackers received nothing more than a slap on the wrist because, they're nigglets. And it's just boys will be boys. And that's how they become big black men. They got to go through initiation. Justice failed her so completely that she returned to her home country because it was safer there. Think about that. A woman who came to America for protection fled back home to a war zone in order to escape the perpetual race war capacitated by our so-called justice system. And she is nowhere near alone. 23-year-old Irina Zarutska should still be alive. Laken Riley should still be alive. Rachel Maureen should still be alive. The 12-year-old Jocelyn Nugari should still be alive. The list grows every goddamn day. For the latest result of the search, prompted by an Amber Alert in my own Golden Gated San Francisco. See this link. And of course I appreciate what Troy is Bellamy, no black person alive, is condoning this. But here we go. And as of course when I brought this up before Brendan Zoget, who's checking out for the night. Love you dearly, Brendan. Hope everything's all right with you. Okay, here we are. This. When I showed this to Brendan and everybody on Team Dietrich, it was Amber Alert in San Francisco. And of course, well, Amber Alerts don't usually turn out with happy endings. Overwhelmingly, you're going to find the child dead. Usually in a depraved state because of a pervert who indulged in their every fantasy. And in this case, a black man out and out satanically sacrificed a teenage girl. He was a famous singer, part of the Afro culture, D4VD. And in his Tesla, a little girl was found in literal pieces. These young women are not statistics. They are daughters, friends, loved ones who were stolen because lawmakers value equity for criminals over the lives of innocent victims. I've seen this cycle play out more times than I can count. I've watched law enforcement agents put violent offenders in jail only to watch a judge decide they're not a threat and release them. Days or weeks later, they would be arrested again, and the same judge will send them back out into the community. How many times do we allow this to happen before admitting the truth? At some point, society has to draw a line. A color line. Deterrence matters. Whether through death sentences or even harsher measures. Like, in some areas, a redistribution of population and ethnic cleansing. There must be real consequences for those who intentionally harm others. Color code policies follow a predictable and destructive pattern. Bail reform ensures criminals are released almost immediately. And yet the color coders stand at podiums calling these policies progressive and compassionate. Tell that to the families planning funerals. Tell that to the parents laying flowers on their children's graves. This is not partisan for victims. It is life or death. Enough is enough. We need policies that prioritize public safety over ideology. We have to end unsecured bail for violent offenders and demand accountability from judges and lawmakers who enable repeat offenders. The color coders like to call their soft-on-crime agenda compassionate. But there is nothing compassionate about women being raped, students being murdered, or families burying their loved ones because repeat violent offenders are allowed to roam free. These policies aren't abstract experiments. They are deadly. And the color coders have a torrential river of blood pruning their hands. Zarudzka should be alive today. Brown should have been composting several feet under a shit pile for some time by now. The system failed her. The mainstream mass media machine continues to fail all of us. Lather, rinse, repeat. Now, this has been a hard night, so I'll be ending early. I will read Troy Bellamy's statement because, of course, that's the fair thing to do, and it is decent of him to provide the statement. He says, Troy Bellamy, mathematics educator in Florida, says, not one single black person condones what happened to that young woman on the bus in Charlotte. That is well wrong. But this is not an omission or an evening of the score. This was a lone nut. George Floyd was the last notch in a long pole of injustices committed by police, which makes these things seem sanctioned. The willingness to explain away racism as if it were a fentanyl fit is insulting no matter what his past was. It seems that whites get to be judge, jury, and executioner. Again, George Floyd was after Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old kid shot by cops for playing with a toy gun in the park by himself. Not only that, but I believe he was also developmentally disabled. These are stories that ended up where the victims are blamed for their own demise, and then they are willing to cast the cop as a villain and raise Ashley Babbitt during the January 6th as she didn't deserve the consequences for her actions. Stop using the N-word, too. Thank you. Yeah, that's... do remember, I come from a background where that was universal. I grew up in an all-black neighborhood to effect until it became Asianized by the influx of Asians, and I was attacked by blacks every moment of the day, whether I was walking out the door or they were breaking into our windows. Imagine Night of the Living Dead, except it's the video game of, I don't know, was it Resident Evil, where they were in Africa, so all the zombies are black because they're in Africa, but everybody thought that was racist, which, again, doesn't make any sense. Because they're in Africa, yes, the zombies would be black. Think of that game, except it's real. And you just begin to comprehend what I grew up with. So all of that being said, certainly what Troy says deserves to be put out there. And take it as a balance, if you will. We can go beyond that, of course, to further examples of police brutality. My point earlier being that the police brutality is, well, believe it or not, against all races. That it's, but the black cases are reported astronomically more so than the white cases, where you have white victims of police brutality that actually die. Believe it or not, it does happen all the time. The biggest problem is you take a look at places like Texas, where the mentality, the culture, it's a completely different nation. If you used to take a look at those cops television series where they follow the cops along with the camera, and you would see the difference in culture in different states. I never really enjoyed those kinds of series. Everybody who found them addictive, I would see how they found their audience whenever I went to General Hospital. And whenever I was in General Hospital and you're just in a waiting room of the absolute bottom of society, the dregs of society in terms of drug addicts and victims of violent crime that have no medical insurance whatsoever. And they were going to San Francisco General Hospital, which is now known as Mark Zuckerberg Memorial Hospital or some shit like that. Oh, I only wish it were a memorial. It's a John Zuckerberg fuck hospital, because it's a Zuck fuck. Or rather, General Hospital. In the waiting room, they would have the TV on. It was always cops, nonstop, 24-hour on a loop. And everybody was watching it with maddening intensity to just learn what they could about how to avoid being busted, quite seriously. And what tricks and turns they would use about what they could have done if they had been in the place of the people being arrested. And when it came to that cops television series, and you would see them in Texas, all the rules changed. It's like there is no concept of graduated escalation of force. The cops were just breaking down doors and just ramming people's faces in with their naked fists, preferably. Very seldom even bothering to resort to a baton or a rifle butt or the butt of a pistol. It was mostly just their fists. They were just coming in and just beating people senseless. You can imagine what their families lived through. What happens to a family raised by a man like that? And these were overwhelmingly white cops, goes without saying. What happens to a family raised by a man whose first response is, well, pummeling you with his fists? It's just Jack Reacher every day. You would never approach him about anything. So it's in places like that, the law enforcement language is pure violence. So the result is, no matter what your ethnos, you're going to be at the receiving end of police brutality in an environment like that. I would try to avoid Texas at all costs if I ever possibly could. I would not recommend anyone visiting Texas. The few times I've been through it, I've just been glad to get out alive. But all that being, or without being arrested, because I believe in Texas you're guilty till proven innocent. It really inverts the national norm where you're innocent till proven guilty. People can look this up and they can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that was my understanding from several different sources, that Texas regional law, its old Republican law still holds that you're essentially guilty till proven innocent. So you go to jail first, and then they go through all the process of trying to get you out, which isn't much. So you're probably stuck. All that being said, yes, police are brutal. I've already said I have a solution to that. First, get all the fucking veterans and men out of the force, because that's what you're going to get with veterans and men in general. Make it an all-female draft, so we have an all-female national police force drafted, educated, that will approach the community from a perspective of community, as opposed to men who believe they're fighting a war. Number one there, we can go through all the details later. Okay, so I've earned my pay tonight, and for everybody who's stayed with me, I see 2 retracted messages. I do wonder what they were, and wish I could read them. I guess maybe I can after the show is published. But one from Deep Space Pilots and one from Carl Lindbergh. Aside from that, we're going to end the stream. It's only been 4.5 hours tonight, but we said what we had to say. And by all means, my love to all my supporters, and kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen, and by all means, okay, we got that out of the way. That's like lancing a boil. We'll be back on a more normal track, if there's any such thing as normal in my world, on Sunday night. Please join us then. And I'll draw further connections back to Europe with what happened here. And we'll be taking it all from there.